All right,
Hey.
we are live. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the 30-second episode of the Pathfinders podcast.
We're 10
It's
away
been
from
a,
having under obligation to do an all Squadron 42 episode.
oh, that's a good idea. Um,
If it's not out by then, we are under obligation to do an entire deep dive on Squadron 42 on our 42nd episode.
I'm down. I think we can do it.
All right.
But yeah, we are back. It's been a couple weeks. It's just been super busy between Nazeris and I. A lot of stuff going on, but we are the Pathfinders, and we are charting the way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen and its development. If this is your first time watching the podcast, if you haven't seen it on YouTube, you haven't joined us live. What we do is we keep you up to date on the news in detail, so that way you have proper context and can set your expectations appropriately. But we also do lots of deep dives into different aspects of the development of Star Citizen, whether it's gameplay elements, technology, backend systems, all sorts of things. And what we try to do is we scour the community via Discord and Spectrum and things in the social media surrounding Star Citizen. We look for questions, things that the community is interested in, and we do Spectrum pulses on those in order to provide the most detailed and immersive information about it. And then we also take things that Nazeris and I are interested in, and we do deep dives on those via scanner anomalies. So yeah, that's sort of the content that we do. I'm sorry, Nazeris, I just introduced you without letting you introduce
Oh,
yourself.
that's fine. I am completely. It's been it's been a day. It's been a day. I'm
It,
fine.
I hear you. But yeah, I'm here with my partner. Oh, other way. That's
There
you,
you
Nazeris.
go. Okay. Yes. Yes. Hi everyone. I'm Nazaris. This one hopefully will be good. There's a lot. Like the quantum question is one of the most dense ones because it's not just a design, it's not just a backend service. It is a entire simulation. It is a simulation that would probably make real life economists envious of it. Like I'm pretty sure the tools they have running this game, this video game, are envious of real life economists. So, it is very dense. Um, the stuff we have other than that is also very cat hitting buttons on my keyboard. Um,
He's trying to help, or she.
yeah, he is an absolute like his name is Toothless, and if you've seen How to Train Your Dragon, you know exactly the personality he has.
Yep, I know it. That's one of my favorite movies. This is why we're friends, Nazeris.
Hmm. Yes. Yes. I don't know really much what to intro with on that. Oh, tutorials on my YouTube channel coming soon. Should be starting next Tuesday. Every Tuesday we'll be doing a tutorial for Star Citizen, going through literally everything in the game. If there's a button to hit, if there's a page about it, there's a ship, landing gear, anything, everything in the game is going to have its own tutorial, and they'll take those. I'm hopefully uploading them in short form, as in YouTube Shorts, and then after I get a category, let's say the not the Moby Glass, but the star map all done, I'll take all those shorts, edit it into one video, and post that as well. So that is the plan for that. So I know a lot of people, especially over IE, don't know a lot of the controls, like double clicking on a planet to actually lock onto the planet so it doesn't disappear when you zoom in. So that's one of the big things people don't know. So I want to take that and make sure they know about it. So I figured it's a good thing to have, especially just laying around. Even though by the time I'm done, the older ones will be out of date, especially like because Moby Glass or the Star Map is going to be one of the first things with the new map coming in. Hopefully it's next year. They're going to be completely out of date. So I'll go back and update those eventually. But every Tuesday on my channel at Nazeris YouTube, whatever the link is. I think it's just YouTube/Nazeris.
Yeah, now that we have the tags and everything, it's just at whatever you want it to be. It makes it so much easier. So yeah, we've got a pretty big episode today. But before we get started, I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping for the channel. If you're not aware, if this is your first time, either watching us live or you've only caught like a few of the videos on my YouTube, everything I do in this channel is for charity. So, pardon me, I'm still getting over a cold. But everything I do in this channel is for charity. So all monetization through Twitch goes to stackup.org. You can see that you can donate directly in chat to stackup.org. If you hate commercials and you want to get rid of those, you can subscribe. And when I get a payout from Twitch, that money will go to stackup.org. Waiting for the first payout, but once we get that, I will be matching that first payout. So the sooner we get to $50 of total monetization from the ads, from subs, all that, the sooner we can donate a total of $100 to stackup.org on top of the donations that we've already received. So a couple streams ago, we blew past our initial $200 goal, and now we're at $250 raised of our $500 goal of funds towards stackup.org. Thank you, Axis. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. If you guys can just let us know if we sound equal, like Nazeris and I are equal audio-wise, and that we're loud enough, I would really appreciate.
So say we all. So say we all.
They work.
Cool spaceship.
They work.
Hear it. Oh, did it play it on the stream?
It played it on my end. Hey, chat, did that play on your end? Because I heard it. Okay, we'll have to wait and see.
I saw it this time, which is an improvement from last time.
Okay, good. I was trying to get the sound alerts working.
They worked. Amazing.
Hooray, they work. I am going to ask you not to abuse those. Use them sparingly. But it's just something I wanted to get in, and because I haven't been doing much in the way of gameplay streams, I wanted to at least get it tested. So, sweet. They work. But I have a whole bunch that you can use in the bits thing, which is another way that you can help donate to stackup.org. North End Trooper says, I think audio clips are only for the client and not for the party. I don't know. I heard it. The overlay plays it in my OBS, so I heard it as soon as it came up on screen on my computer. Yeah, I am not the Astropub. I am still learning all these things. Yeah. Paul and I are friends.
You're not a history teacher who moonlights as a
and
professional
Paul has been doing
Twitch
this
streamer?
For way longer than I have. Like, I'm an old school Astropub fan supporter. Like, I'm one of his oldest Patreons.
Oh, nice.
And yeah. But the last Pathfinders that we did, we covered one of the things we covered was a controversial topic, which was the vehicle pipeline and the backlog. And that video was, let's just say it was a breakout video for Nazeris and I. We got I think we're over 1,600 views now, like close to 100 likes, the most comments I've had on anything. And there was a lot of positive feedback. And then of course, because it was something that's contentious, there's a lot, there's some negative people in the comments. And so if you're watching this later, Nazeris and I we really appreciate feedback and interaction. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear your questions. Leave your questions in the comments, please, or join us in my Discord or Nazeris' Discord, and you can bring things up to us at any time. If you've got questions, you've got things you want us to dive into and cover. If you want to know if we've already covered something, please let us know. We are happy to help. We really enjoy that stuff. But if you have feedback, just keep it constructive, and we will go from there, because we are happy to incorporate feedback into what we do in order to make it better and more informative and engaging and entertaining. But yeah, I think to start us off, tonight we're going to be doing the Roadmap Roundup as well as the Alpha 318 patch watch, and then we'll be moving.
Roundup feels so old.
Yeah, because it was
a lot has happened
almost a week ago. Mm-hmm.
But even that, like, with all of the patch watches, the imminent release of Wave 1, like the information here just seems so old. You want me to go ahead and start that off for us?
Yeah, I'm going to transition us to the other scene, and then you've got the roadmap roundup pulled up.
Yep, I do indeed.
Alrighty. Let's get started.
All right. Oh, thanks, Kat. Just reloaded the page. All right.
There we go.
So, as per always, if we're reading a Star Citizen or CIG posted document, we like to read the header because it is straight from CIG and lets us know what the purpose of the article we're about to read is. So, without further ado, they said, "Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is a part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful to all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible." With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup. The CIG community team. All right, so there's only one category. In notable changes for December 7th, 2022, the release view, the following cards have passed their final review for Alpha 318. Therefore, they are changing their status to committed. This is the only category. So, as we go through all of these, remember, this is the only category. Nothing has been removed. Nothing has been added. Likely nothing will change till the big meetings, or at least no major changes to the big meetings at the end of January. So, the Drake Vulture. Building, balancing, and implementing the Drake interplanetary light salvage ship, the Vulture, into the game. And as we know, it's the premier salvage ship, or not premier, but that's the premier entry-level salvage ship that we've been hearing about for at least the past year, and it has been released for or announced for several years before.
What?
It's now done.
Did we just become best friends?
And
Yep.
you'll definitely have the Drake Vulture when you play 318.
Okay, that one works. Nazeris, did you hear that? Did you hear it too?
I did not. I have the stream muted now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
I'm hearing you through Discord.
so not only do I have the little things that you can play, via the chat, but I also have sound alerts for how do I block the thing? I also have sound alerts for when people sub, and Axis just subscribed at tier 1. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. And it plays the little thing on the screen, and then it also plays the soundbite from oh gosh, it's with Will Ferrell, the Brothers or something movie. Oh gosh,
Brother, we're out now.
No. It's the same Will Ferrell and the same guy from Talladega Nights. Step Brothers. There we go. Thank you. It says, "What did we just become best friends?" Every time somebody follows.
Nice, I love it. I love it.
I thought that was a good pick. Chat, if you think that was a good pick for when somebody gives a sub, let me know.
Perfect. That's perfect.
But
All
yeah,
right,
Axis, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it, because that sub money will go to stackup.org and help veterans like me.
Nice. Up to you with the cargo system. Cargo refactor system. Cargo system refactor. There we go. Got it. Nice.
There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just do one for one. So you did the Drake Vulture. So
Yep.
The next thing that got to pass its final review for Alpha 318 is the cargo system refactor. This refactor of the ship cargo system will allow both found and purchased cargo to be picked up, moved around, and placed into the cargo grid of a ship. And we probably all saw the ISC it was like a month ago now, that showed off how that all works. So glad that is finally getting, into the game, and they can build on that from there.
Yep. This is effectively tier 1 over top the tier 0 that we've had of cargo.
Yep.
There's a lot to add. So this is just cargo in your cargo hold. This is not cargo timers. This is not physicalized cargo as far as the containers go. Cat, please stop hitting buttons. But you can find cargo, as it says, but you can also move cargo around. So, assumably, this has not been absolutely confirmed, but assumably, once you spawn the cargo in your ship, you should be able to rearrange it. So maybe, like in the Valkyrie, it spawns in a specific place, but you want it all to one side, so you can fit a car in there. That is something you should be able to do now. And I assume, because it says specifically both found and purchased cargo, that there might be a bit more ways to find cargo. So
That's the
interesting, because
thing that
the
I'm
only
really
find
looking
we've
forward
had-
to is when we have the probability volumes for NPC haulers, because I totally sympathize with the player haulers right now, player traders, because trading is not profitable, and this is going to make piracy
Maybe not
much.
profitable.
It's not as profitable as it used to be. It's a lot.
Oh
There's
no,
still a
it's
lot
not
of
as
work.
profitable
Yeah.
as it used to be, but
Yeah.
like it's more profitable than running bunkers for me right now.
Oh yeah, but if you're hauling and doing any sort of remotely profitable routes, pirates are going to be all over those, because then they can just go get they can disable your ship and take as many of the crates as they want, and then go and fence them, and sell them for it's basically free money for them. They get less for it than you would otherwise, but it's this is kind of the piracy patch, and it makes sense because we're in the lead up to 4.0 and Pyro.
Yep.
But that being said, once we get the aspects of the quantum simulation, almost like we're talking about this for a reason, that allow for NPC haulers, I think it's going to take a lot of the burden, stress off of player haulers, because player haulers are just going to be one in a sea of NPC haulers, and they're not just going to go for if anything, a player pirate is more likely to go for the NPC haulers than a player hauler, just because there's going to be more of them. They'll be everywhere, less challenging. So this is a good step in the right direction, but we have more steps to go for sure.
Honestly, my biggest problem with cargo, and the reason I have been running it most of the latter half of this year, is it's too easy. There's not a lot of variant in it, so you end up doing a single route that pays about 100,000, and it takes about 15 to a half an hour, depending on how well you fly, to do that 100,000, and there's zero interference, so there's no interest in it. You're just zombieing back and forth. So I'm hoping with this update that pirates are actually going after cargo runners now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, give me something to contend with. Give me the choice between pay you or run. Give me the tactics question, instead of players are asking for PvP in chat, or bounty hunting, or getting a good crime stat for bounty hunters to go after them, kind of thing. Make them go after the haulers. That's the whole point of a lot of the game systems and a lot of the allure of the space, not Outback, but Frontier, that space Frontier gameplay, like Freelancer had and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that is what I'm really looking forward to with this patch and the cargo system refactor, to give pirates a real reason to go after cargo haulers. Specifically,
to actually engage in piracy rather than just extortion. Actually going for the cargo. And
or
complete.
just
Because the fact that they have to take it to they have to take it to a specific place to sell it, or places to sell it. That it adds more to that. A game loop that was very limited, it just is now becoming much more expansive, and I think it's a good thing. Every game loop is going to have its day. And 3.18 is really the beginning of, piracy being a legitimate game loop, and I think it's a good thing.
Give me a reason to man the turrets.
Yep.
Like,
and
I'm
to
driving
have
I'm driving
escorts.
a C2. Give me a reason to man the turrets. If a Gladius comes along, you might as well fly in the windshield. I don't have to care about you. So, you're gonna need to bring in something bigger. And for you to bring in something bigger, I'm going to need to man the guns, because I need to get you off me. I cannot outrun anything almost in the C2. So I'm going to need to fight, or I'm going to need to pay. Just once you start having pirates look at the cargo runners, it opens up an entire new dimension of the game. And everyone who's worked on Quanta knows it. That's why every time we get a Quanta, a NPC, a showcase, that is the thing that's going on. Even in IIE, it was with Jax McCleary in it. It was cargo runners and pirates. It was always cargo runners and pirates. In the 2018, 2019 with the, or might have been even earlier, 2017, with the box out of the Caterpillar, it was again cargo haulers and pirates. So it's been a theme since the game's beginning, and we just need it to like actually materialize now. It's a big part of the game. And I'm glad to be a part of it.
There's a lot of things that are materializing right now because,
Very much,
yeah, your Caterpillar or your C2 can still get disabled relatively quickly, but they're working on the resource network, resource management system. So, and they're working on, the physicalized damage system. So that way it will take longer for these larger ships to become damaged and become disabled, giving you the time for somebody to respond to your request for reinforcements, your service beacon. It's all coming together.
That's actually a really good idea. I didn't even think about the service beacon system. Like North End Trooper said, like 100k service beacon will be a lot cheaper than losing 700k in Laranite. Not to mention repair costs. Like your job then becomes don't fend off, don't run, but hunker down. Try to put all your power into shields. Shut off your engine so you have more power for shields. That ties into the resource system. And your job is to hold out so those players that are the bounty hunters, the mercenaries, the self-proclaimed police can get to your location. Which also means you better not stray too far off the beaten path so they can get to you soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
It is so much of the game is that pirate versus hauler. So I'm so here for it. Anyway.
And that's everything we have for the quantum simulation.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the game. Anyway, next one, time trial race missions. This one came out of absolutely nowhere how much this has actually impacted the patch. Not this one specifically, but this 9 missions, an entire game loop. There's the better you do, the more tracks you unlock. There are 9 tracks. So there's an entire, like, out of nowhere, there's an entire career in the game, just like that. One new patch, entire new game career. Anyway, time trial race missions. Time trial race missions are now being added throughout the standard system. Players will be able to test their skills versus set times, earning rewards based on performance, and even unlocking more tracks as they progress. Like I said, there's 9 tracks to unlock. I know at least one of them is the Snake Pit. You may have seen that on XGR's channel. There's one in ArcCorp. They did a little editing to ArcCorp, even though they said they weren't going to touch it much. They did a little bit of editing to ArcCorp. So there's a racetrack now in the city of ArcCorp. I don't know which area it's around. I assume it's Area 18. And again, there are 9 others. I don't think this includes the PTV racetrack, though I don't know. But I think that's 9 in addition to the one at the event center.
I was trying to find a comprehensive list of what all the 9 were, and I couldn't find one off the top of my head. So if anyone in chat has seen a comprehensive list of all the new race stuff, I would appreciate if you could throw maybe a link in chat for me. Just so I can be more aware, because it's not something I follow too in depth. But I think it's super cool because like the way the racetracks look are wow, just wow. Yeah. But it's not just in the PU. There's like they did a major overhaul for the racing in Arena Commander and the racetracks in there. And so whether you're so if you're whether you're racing in the PU or racing on Arena Commander, if you're, just practicing or doing it live, there's so much for you in this patch. I think it's really great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here for it. I might have to add a second day of streaming starts this in. Hammerhead will mean a minimum of 2 engineers. That is yet to be seen. Like, it's going to be interesting. Do you have more engineers or do you have a more stressed out engineer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's the gamble.
Player agency on deciding how much help you bring with you.
Do you have that engineer double as a turret? Can the engineer man the top turret or the bottom turret, whichever is closest to the station? That way you can have the coverage, or you can have him working because you don't need the coverage. Kind of like it's going to be the balancing act of the game is resource management. So it is super cool. All right, so you got Why do you have all the fun ones? PES.
Racing's fun.
It's
PES.
a whole career, but yeah.
Persistent
That was
entity
big.
streaming. Implementation of the persistent entity streaming core technology into Star Citizen. Making use of services such as the entity graph and replication layer, this will allow every dynamic object in the game to fully persist across all servers, irrelevant of whether it is owned by or held by a player. PES is so incredibly huge, and I don't think we need to go into depth of how that works. I think that's probably going to be something that we do for Spectrum Pulse is cover how PES and server meshing work together. And we'll have to break that
I just
down.
want to emphasize the every dynamic object. If it
Keyword
moves,
dynamic and
it's
keyword
tracked.
object. Yeah.
Yes.
If it moves, if its state can be changed, it is tracked. Every little thing. It doesn't
every
necessarily
bottle,
have to
every
move. It just
box.
has to have a state associated with it. So, because that will include
Trains.
things that don't move in the future, in the future as well. But yeah, every box, every piece of equipment, every vehicle, all of it. And as they add more
Every
things,
NPC.
the whole shebang.
Yep.
But yeah,
Oh, geez,
we'll
hi,
do a
cat.
deep dive in
We've
that
acquired another cat.
and talk about how PES and server meshing actually work before server meshing comes out, so that way everybody can have a better understanding of what those technologies are, why they're so important, and also set expectations appropriately. Because as much as Nazeris and I are generally fairly optimistic, we also like to be as realistic as possible, and that's why we read all this information, so that way we can have realistic expectations with a dash of hopium sprinkled on there.
I like that.
But yeah, so PES, it is finished its, it has passed its final review for 3.18. That being said, I'm waiting to hear back to see if they got those additional services that weren't going to initially be part of the 3.18 branch in or not. Because I don't know which ones they were exactly, or how many of them there were. I want to say there was only a couple, but they were kind of big ones. And I don't know if because of the delays, if those ended up getting in or not. The big one has to do with the login flow, and we know that they've been working on that system, but they don't. It doesn't. If I remember correctly, and Nazeris, correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But if you disconnect, it doesn't. It will load you back in, essentially where the last heartbeat is, but it doesn't load back in. Like if you disconnected, in between, Arc L1 and Microtech or something, it would load you back in at that last where you last were at the station. I don't think everything.
That's what we have now.
Yeah, it gives you what you have right now. It does not. I don't think we're getting the updated system where if you disconnect, it will, it'll load you back up in your ship with everything in it, at that point that you disconnected, the last point, versus we have the heartbeat system, but essentially the heartbeats are relatively slow and fairly infrequent. And the way PES with the login flow and everything is supposed to work is they essentially ramp up the heartbeat system, so that way, it's essentially, doing quick saves every couple seconds, updating, you and all the entities that you are in your possession, updating their state. So that way, if a server crashes, it will when you load back in, it'll load back the state, basically pretty close to, where you were when you disconnected. So, yeah. And I don't know what else there was. I just remember reading about that one. So I'm looking forward to, what's it called, Nazeris, when they do like the recap? The postmortem. When they do the 3.18 postmortem. Yeah.
3.18 postmortem?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little while away.
Yeah, it'll be a little while, but I think that's when we'll get that information, and whatever they didn't get in as far as the services for PES for 3.18, I would bet money that they come in 319.
I wonder if we're gonna get anything in the Jump Point magazines. Anyway, one, you forgot to change the title of the episode. Two,
I
Gen 12 scene
did.
render.
God damn it.
The new renderer architecture to improve performance. This milestone renders every scene object through the new renderer with optimizations and additional features such as Vulkan coming in the near future. Vulkan is imminent, not for 318, but definitely probably 319. That's a bigger deal than you think because it opens up ray tracing and VR for the year after that. But also being able to be run on more computers at a better frame rate and better overall performance. So those things in the future, the Vulkan in the future, what we have in 318 is the high optimization of the graphics rendering thread and rendering everything in the scene through the new renderer. This will, for some GPUs, make it go faster. There was an ISC that they went over what this actually does. A very in-depth but very understandable ISC. I forget what the name of it was. I should have put it in the notes. But he showed us how the graphics thread was no longer the bottleneck. It was then the CPU thread. So with those who have better GPUs than CPUs, yes, but better GPUs than CPUs, this will benefit you more because we have previously been bottlenecked by the CPU not doing enough while the graphics card is doing all of its job and just having to wait for the CPU to do its job. So now they've optimized the GPU down to where the GPU is able to run behind the CPU, so that every time the CPU ticks, the renderer is ticking along with it.
Yeah, the CPU is giving instructions to the GPU faster than the GPU is able to. Yeah. But Vulkan will end up improving the GPU side of it as well, along with doing the multi-threading, so that way we aren't bound by the render thread and the is it the render thread and the master thread or game thread? I forget what the other thread is, but that way we'll be able to, it'll compute in parallel and use all the threads instead of just two. So, but yeah, that's it for the roadmap roundup for December 7th last week. Basically, it showed us that everything is committed. Everything, the entire patch for 318, everything that is announced has been committed, has passed its final review. So there's a lot of new stuff in 318, a lot of really big things, especially to have two pieces of core tech in PES and Gen 12 being implemented in one patch is absolutely massive. And so it's pretty amazing, even though there's been a lot of delays, largely because they couldn't do a whole lot of the QA work that they've been doing recently until PES was in. And so they just couldn't test these things, and PES took longer. So with the patch hasn't been waiting on all these other things. The patch has been waiting on PES so that way they can test all these things and have the build actually working. But it's pretty phenomenal to see all of these committed, and really CIG is really committed to getting this out before they go on their holiday break. So good, bad, or otherwise, I really think that we're going to see Wave 1 before the end of the week, and they'll let Wave 1 marinate, for a couple days and over the weekend and get a few fixes out. As long as it isn't too bad, they'll drop it to live before the end of next week. I almost guarantee it. Because with PES, they need the data. They need the data from large scale player, interaction, player utilization of the 318 patch and people playing. And so even if it does have a lot of things that are wrong with it and need to be fixed, it's more worthwhile for CIG to get people to get that data now and sooner than it is to let us just have 317.4 over the holiday break and 318 in Wave 1 PTU or something. Pardon me. but that's just my thoughts. So if that does happen, the holiday break and playing 318 could offer a whole lot of great experiences, but also could lead to a lot of bugs and potentially some instability. We'll just have to wait and see. But
Okay.
that's
and
my dash of
was-
hopium.
Yes. The ISC we mentioned for the graphics and the API stuff is Inside Star Citizen Further Underground, fall 2022, 1 month ago.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. And so we talked about the latest Roadmap Roundup and what the things are that got committed, along with everything else that's been committed over the last couple months as this patch has been working through. So we've got lots of locations, we've got gameplay, and new missions, all sorts of really great stuff. But let's talk about what isn't on the release view. The pieces of the game that are changing, getting updated, added, that aren't big enough to get their own dedicated card on the release view, but they mention them in the patch watches. So I've got all 3 patch watches pulled up right here. Nazeris, do you have them pulled up as well?
Yep. One thing I'd like to say before we get too far into those is everyone who knows us knows we like to go through the Shiny Tracker alongside
Thank you.
the roadmap updates. However, for an interesting time, there was no changes. So if you go to the Shiny Tracker, it will say there have been detected, or there are no changes have been detected for the week of 2022-12/07. Check back next time. So that was just no other work except for just update. They didn't really update the roadmap itself. So they have been very busy on the stuff that they are doing. So the only thing that would have been updated is bars moving forward.
Yep.
I believe that we have either that was the last one or we have one more. I forget which Jake said.
It's supposed to be one
and
more
then
next
we're-
Wednesday, and
One
I'm
more
wondering.
roadmap.
I think one more next Wednesday will just be if there's anything unannounced
Mhm.
that that will be changed over next week, and I think that'll be it. And anything unannounced. Anything unannounced on the release view. Because I think that there are things that are part of 318 that haven't been announced yet that we're going to see get added to the release view. It could be locations, gameplay, ships, that sort of thing, as well as those things going to announced on the progress tracker. And I think that's the only thing that we'll see next Wednesday.
And I believe we won't see another one till late January.
Yeah, later than that. Yeah. He said February 8th.
February 8th. They're skipping a whole month. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Because all the meetings will be in January.
Okay, I didn't know if they were going to update it through those.
That's the date that I saw when I was talking to him in the Astropub Discord.
Okay.
So yeah, it's good. It's gonna be a
Sunday.
long wait, but it will.
No. February.
Yeah, February 8th. So I may be
that is going to be a
wrong.
nice juicy episode.
Oh yeah. Well, and that'll be the first one that we get. But there's going to be a lot of things getting added to the progress tracker, with the ramping up of production especially from the locations team, in Montreal, the sandbox teams. There's 2 of them. EU, I forget. As they ramp up production, getting ready for Pyro, probably getting to work on other places like maybe Nyx. There's going to be a lot of things getting added, as well as. Okay, PES is done, so now they can get to work on gameplay things that they needed to. We're waiting on PES. Now that it's full on in the game, in the dev branch, they can start developing gameplay using PES, and so we're going to see a lot of things getting added, getting worked on. So let's move on to the patch notes. The first one was the patch watches. The first one was November. Let's see. Got November 30th and December 8th and today. Yeah, okay. So November 30th. And we're going to go through these pretty quickly because we're going to have our bit on quantum is sizable. So we want to get through these pretty quickly.
Boy, is it.
Mm-hmm.
So sizable. It's not done yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Nazeris, I can take this one if you want to do the next one, and that way I can do the third one.
Okay, just don't forget the header.
Oh yeah, yep. So the patch watches are from, pardon me, Chris Wayne Schmidt, Wayne at Wayne-CIG, Alpha 318 patch watch, balancing keys. Each one of these has a clever name. Hello everyone. As with previous patch watches, we're spotlighting a selection of upcoming features and improvements that don't appear on the public roadmap. So as we approach release day for Star Citizen Alpha 318, here are some of the latest additions making their way into the build. Oh, and by the way, the links for everything that we're going over, the Roadmap Roundup, the patch watches, and everything that we will be showing you and citing in when we do the quantum section, when this goes up on YouTube, everything will be in the show notes. It's going to be a long show notes document, but it'll be in the show notes that you can pull up, and the show notes link will be in the description below. Additional key bindings. We're currently working on significant changes to the aiming system, which will not debut in Alpha 318, but in a later patch. However, several related key bindings will be available in the upcoming release. New gimbal swap commands. This will allow you to set a gimbal mode of your choice directly. G key short press will only swap between fixed and auto gimbal modes. G key long press will activate manual gimbal mode. Additionally, there are now key bindings to directly select fixed, auto, and manual gimbal modes.
Nice. So how long till we have to buy a second keyboard?
Yeah. It'd be like a, you can be like a Corsair, and you've got a screen down below on the floor, and a second keyboard up here on your left, and a toggle.
What's that
pip?
keyboard? Do you have the landing gear?
Yeah. What's that one
Keyboard's the
for?
landing gear.
Give us those sweet. Nightclub says, giving us those sweet HOTAS toggle switch position commands. Oh yeah, the especially with the animated ones. Yeah, cool. Toggle pip type. We will give you the option to toggle between lead and lag pip, giving you more flexibility to adjust your aiming. In addition to the toggle binding, you can now directly set lead or lag mode with a button. Robert Vose, thanks for joining us. No worries, dude. Glad to have you. ESP, two new hold key bindings for the pilot and turret gunner will be added to allow you to momentarily enable ESP by holding down the button. This is useful for certain joysticks that feature dual stage triggers, allowing the first stage to enable ESP and the second stage to fire weapons. Separate keybinds for deploying or retracting landing gear. In addition to the current toggle, you will be able to set keys to specifically deploy or retract your landing gear, which is required for hardware switches. Aha, okay.
Cool.
Stopwatch. I think this is kind of cool. We're adding a stopwatch to the flight HUD as a tool for the racing community. Two key bindings are available unbound by default. Short press to start and pause the watch. Long press to reset the watch. The stopwatch will only be visible on the flight HUD. Due to some hooking problems, it will not be visible on ground vehicles for now. At a later date, we will move the stopwatch functionality to the visor, where it will also work outside of ships. That way, if you're doing wind sprints and you need to time your 40-yard dash because you're trying to build up that skill, now that we have a skill system,
I mean, the
we can
racing
use a
community,
stopwatch.
like, you gotta start somewhere, right? Before you get to the ground vehicle tier, you gotta start with your running tier.
Yeah. The for bounty hunters, I'm gonna give you 30-second head start.
Oh, dang, that's right. Oh man.
After that, I'm coming for you. Yep.
Or for those who've watched Halo, you have 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Yep. Let's see. Balance changes. Ballistic shield penetration. And once we get through this, there's another mention from Yogi in the comments here that we'll read. Ballistic shield penetration will be largely increased. With this change, even strong shields will only scrub off a few % of incoming ballistic damage. Related but not quite ready for Alpha 318, we're working on weapon diversification, which will strongly influence weapon performance parameters and ammo counts. This is planned for a later patch next year. Health component distortion pass. The health of items will be increased to have less chance of being immediately destroyed by a single missile hit. Distortion numbers are also changing. Coolers will not be affected by distortion to avoid deadlocking. Power plants will not scale down their power output with increased distortion damage, but instead binarily shut off once distortion damage is too high. Power plants will then take 5 minutes to recover, while power down items will not receive any more distortion damage. So, I know there's been we'll talk about this real quick. So the Yogi says ballistics haven't changed at all. The shields have changed. In general, ballistic shield penetration is something we wanted forever, and it will happen eventually anyways. We're basically testing out if the change itself is valid without having the physical armor system. I guarantee you the physical armor system is coming soon. They wouldn't be testing this if it wasn't coming soon. Because
that's like imminent soon.
Yeah, they are validating this, in order to get information to impact or inform their implementation of physicalized armor, like next patch. That they need information before they implement it. So that way, while they're testing it out, in QA.
Part of the crew, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the ship,
Part of the crew, part of the crew, part of the ship.
part of the crew, part of the crew,
Part of the crew, part of the crew, part of the ship.
Hi.
I don't
really
know why
like-
that was playing double.
Oh, weird. I didn't hear it again.
It was.
I really
It sounded like it was
all
playing
these
double for me.
changes. Oh, it may be because you. That could be a you thing. Did you guys hear it on stream as well in chat? Did you guys hear the double?
Did it? Yeah. Was it playing twice or did it just play once? It should have just been part of the crew, part of the ship, but it sounded like it was like playing double over itself. It was
Yes, they
playing
did.
double-ish.
Double-ish. Okay, cool.
Okay,
That's
cool.
a thing.
No, that it just means that I accidentally have it in there twice somewhere. So yeah, it sounded like an echo for me too, and so it just means I need to go through and scrub that one on the sound alerts page and figure out why there are 2 sound alerts playing for it, because the other ones only did one, and so I
It's
must
just the
have it in there
following one.
twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I really like all they're doing to the.
Nicholas Smell, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it, and thanks for joining us.
I really like all these balance changes.
Mm-hmm.
Like they sound like what would have been there anyway.
Yep.
Like the diversification, I am super excited for, because I refuse to play ballistic weapons. Refuse. I do not want. I'm such a bad shot. I will never be good enough to have a ballistic counter. So I always run energy weapons because I have theoretically infinite ammo. So that means the more they tweak into this weapon diversification, the harder it is for me to actually kill a target, and the better ballistic weapons get as fast popping ships or fast downing ships, I should say, because soft death now. So really excited for that. Distortion, I think it's interesting that there's a deadlock that they need to find a way to avoid. Because obviously the idea will be not to have coolers not affected at the end. But currently they just need to not let coolers be affected by distortion.
Yeah, I think it's talking about how distortion damage is really in order to interrupt power output and power transmission, whereas coolers and coolant, that's like a hydraulic system. And so I think that's why they're trying to separate it out, something that's mechanical versus electrical in nature. Although doesn't make sense because wouldn't the coolers be powered by the power plant?
Yeah.
But I guess it's okay. So if you hit the cooler doesn't shut down. But if you hit the power plant will shut everything down, including the cooler. So that makes
Yeah,
sense.
and this will all be reroutable when we get the resources.
Yeah, if you have redundant components, redundant
And
systems.
Where is it? While powered down, items will not receive any more distortion damage. This is why you shut off unused relays. That right there is why you shut off unused relays.
Yep.
Because if they break the ones that are on, then you can turn on the ones that have 0 distortion damage because they're already off.
Yeah.
It's kind of
it's
like a almost EMP.
It's also, if you disable someone, it's basically saying you have 5 minutes until the ship turns back on. And you can't just sit there and keep plinking them every couple seconds with your distortion guns to keep them down. It is a hard shut off with a hard timer. And so in 5 minutes, that ship's coming back up under power, and yeah. So I think it makes it really interesting in that, you can't just permanently disable someone. You've got a timer, in order to board that ship and take it over, so that way you can get that cargo before, it powers back on and the fight is on again. I think that's
or
great.
the bounty that you're chasing. Could be
Yeah.
a lawful bounty hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Saying not everything's about piracy.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, so Yogi goes on to say, so far it looks okay, but the important bit comes when the wider public plays it so we have reliable gameplay feedback and stats. If it is not working at all, it's easy enough to roll back. It's really just 5 numbers that are changing. So yeah, I don't have confirmation of this, but I guarantee you they are testing this because we are getting close to physicalized damage and the armor system. Because that conveniently coincides with that deliverable on the progress tracker. It just seems like way too much convenience for me to ignore. So we'll just have to wait and see when we get. Oh, I'm sorry, Nazeris, I misspoke. When I said February 8th, I think that is. I think Jake was saying that's when we will get the Roadmap Roundup that will include 319 and what will be in that patch. So we might be getting Roadmap Roundups prior to that, but I didn't ask and he didn't say.
Oh, okay.
And so I think I misquoted Jake, but yeah, clarification.
So we may get them sometime in January, but still, I wouldn't mind and I wouldn't expect them before, just because a lot changes over the month of January.
Oh yeah.
For those who don't know, for those who are new to watching Star Citizen's development, the month of January is all about the entire company. All 5, 6, how many studios are there now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you count Turbulent.
5, that's both UK and Germany?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so 5 studios. So it's about all 5 studios getting, and there's a lot of flights that happen. There's a lot of stuff going over to the UK right now, so that's a bit foreshadowing. But it's all like over the internet and also in person. There's a lot of head people that go touring every studio in January to make sure everyone's on the same page for the broad idea of the year. And so during that month, a lot of stuff changes very quickly. So I would not be surprised if we get very basic updates for the month of January. And then we get much meatier ones at the end or after January into February. Because a lot of stuff changes. Like that's when you get stuff getting removed off the roadmap, like bigger things removed and added, like maybe hacking's removed or something else. Because they're planning the entire year. They want to make sure that what they release by the end of the year is on par with the greater vision to get the entire project done. So that's what happens in January. Lots of stuff moving very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
For the balance changes, these are not the final tuning values for distortion. Consider them a temporary measure until we approach related gameplay topics like slowing ship ships down. So this is a temporary thing that it's designed to get us closer to where they want the feel of combat and disabling to be, but it is not, this is not my final form, blah, blah, blah. Mining bug fixes. Mineable gems will be stackable in inventories in Alpha 3.18. Thank you. Finally, the team also added minor improvements to the mining gadget UI for better readability. That's all for this patch watch. Keep an eye out for more soon. And I don't think that there was any more comments from Yogi in here. Yeah.
They really should add a filter for dev responses.
They really should. And what drives me nuts is when you click on a link, it'll take you to the dev response, but then you can't easily see what the response is to. You have to just, view the rest of the replies and then scroll through to find it. It's like, no, I just want to see what he's replying to. Why is this so hard?
Yeah. I really need like a filter that will show dev responses, which includes what they were responding to, and all things responded to the dev.
Yeah. MWalker300 said in chat, and Turbulent is adding a studio in France. Technically, yes, but they have said that it is really just because they have a bunch of French people working in Montreal, French Canada, who were homesick and wanted to be back in France. Nice. So they are going to, it's not starting up, and it's basically just relocating some people, a handful of them. Now that could change. They could, if they decide to expand, because Montreal is a very crowded game development community. There's a lot of big developments, there are a lot of big companies that have studios there, and so it's very competitive for talent. There's a lot of talent there, but it's also a competitive market. If maybe they find that France has a goodly number of developers that they'd like to hire as they continue to grow, because Turbulent is growing in order to continue to ramp up production for all the things that they're doing for Star Citizen. Along, just like how the Manchester studio is growing, the UK or the Frankfurt studio is growing. So it could end up being a bigger studio, the one in France, eventually. But for now, it's what they said is that it was really just to allow them to retain people that they wanted to keep working for them, who wanted to move back to France from Montreal. So there's that. And Nazeris is going to take the next patch watch, the one from December 8th. So that was 5 days ago. And this one
lawlessness
has a lot of interesting bits and bobs.
I don't even know if I read this one. I think I missed this one the first time around. All right, so Alpha 3.18 patch watch. This is also by also by Chris Wayne Schmidt. CIG, also at Wayne Smith CIG, or at Wayne dash Smith. Nope, gosh dang, I can't read. At Wayne dash CIG on Spectrum. Hey, I got there. Continuing lawlessness. Following our first Alpha 3.18 patch watch last week, so the first one we just read, following up with more fixes and improvements you'll experience in the verse soon, or as my TTS like to say, in the route verse soon. White calls that a route, but okay. Many adjustments flow into the build each quarter, often based on your feedback and issue council reports. This week, we've reached out to the mission feature team to give you a sneak peek on how they incorporated your feedback. So a very relevant one for all those who help actually bug test the game and don't just play it for funsies. That's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying you could put in an issue council once in a while. Anyway, quality of life adjustments. When at Platinum Bays, players will only see ships that they can spawn at Platinum Bay. No more scrolling and guessing. I haven't had a problem with this. I don't know who has, but nice
if you have a lot of vehicles, it is a pain in the butt if you're just trying to find your little ground vehicles and you've got like a dozen ships or more.
I don't remember it saying I could spawn a full-size ship out of Platinum Bay.
I've
only seen my snub and smaller. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe mine's bugged.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was referring to, because I could have sworn that I could see everything.
Says. I just don't remember. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe it's because I'm thinking about what I'm trying to spawn instead of actually looking at the list. Next one is when reconnecting a comm array, players can now cancel the reconnection if they choose to allow illegal players to retake the location and ensure that lawlessness continues. Hey, that sounds familiar, like was part of the title. So yay, canceling reconnection features. So just an option that was added. Nice option. Kind of feeds into this being the pirate pass. Okay, next one is change some fundamentals on how spawn clauses work. For example, NPCs will no longer be deleted when they stream out and will instead be tied to the streaming manager. This should help fix missing NPCs in missions. Great, because I've had to contend with so much of that over the past 2 weeks. That will be fun. It's like I just did the retrieve data op or whatever, the crashed reclaimer mission. 0 NPCs. That mission pays terribly if there's not NPCs there. Absolutely terribly. The next one, fixed an issue with locations sharing names when they should be unique. We had 2 unlawful UGFs called NT999XVI. So this is just a name that they changed, which causing confusion when accepting missions. Great. One of them, they changed the name to XVII or something. Who knows? They changed it. Now there's no bug. Fixed an issue where really long crime names would stretch into the date and overlap when using crime database. That's another text fixed. Fixed an issue where the comm array repair missions wouldn't be regenerated due to settings based on the mission record. That's an interesting one. A lot of mission fixes in this one, like the mission system fixes.
The fact that we have this many between the different patch watches, we have so many quality of life fixes, is huge because so many things. Remember when they did that? I don't remember if it was an ISC or an SCL where they're talking about the mission system. They could see, whether missions were, too easy, too hard, whether they were bugged and not getting completed. Yeah, it's great that they're able to figure out, these missions aren't working. There's a bug here. People aren't completing it, not because it's not hard, it's just because it doesn't work. And they can go back and they do quality of life fixes. So that way these missions that have been in the game for however long can actually get fixed and working as intended. So I'm stoked about that because there's a lot of gameplay out there that most of us who are seasoned players ignore because we know it frequently doesn't work. And so they're going through and fixing these things.
That was the longest time with the 890 mission, 890 derelict mission, or jump 890. What was it called? Urgent boarding, the boarding action mission. The first 6 months to a year that was in the game, it didn't work. And so when it actually ended up working, it got good. So when they did the second version of it. All right, so the next one is fix an issue where some of the derelict items wouldn't spawn. I've had this happen. This was the space reclaimer mission. It didn't spawn the stupid card. Preventing derelict missions. We have changed them to use the new tech as the server was taking some time to send certain events, which made them look like they didn't work. Good. Change the arrival distance to security post Korea when quantum traveling, so you now arrive closer than before. We're getting a whole security post Korea updates, so this is one of them. Fixed up the surface relay mission as there were issues where the terminal would pop out of the relay. Whoops. Added voice line packs to sentries so they feel more alive. Oh, that's good. No longer are all our sentries in our hangars and in
missions.
What are the places you have to go between the train and the space station, where you check your check your weapons and stuff before going into a landing zone?
Yeah, like the security stations, security posts.
Yeah, what is the security station?
Oh, I don't know.
Not
customs. There you go.
Customs. Thank you.
Yeah.
Customs. Gosh dang it, my brain completely removed it from my head. So yeah, Security, the security will now talk when you go through customs. I wonder if there's any like custom specific lines for them. All right. Fix various issues with Siege of Orison. I can't wait for the second version. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. This include fixing an issue where dialogue would play when players entered a ship being used in an event, and changing the way shipping containers spawn so that they are not allowed at the location. Yes, they fixed some stuff. Change how some of the objectives work in the prisoner transport mission so they are more structured and make sense. I was gonna say make more sense and make sense. Updated missions to allow non-lethal takedowns to count towards mission progression. Yes, that's gonna be cool. This will work for a lot of missions, but not all underground facilities or Horizon Island missions.
Orison.
That's really cool. Non-lethal takedowns. I'm here for it. Fix the issue with oxygen kiosk missions where it wouldn't pick the correct oxygen kiosk. I think my friend actually ran into that 2 nights ago. Made the black spot ignore the Comare overview so players can commit crimes in the zone and get away with it. Ignore. Made the black spot? What is the black spot? Ignore the
I don't know.
Comare overview. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what. If you know what that means, let us know, because I have no idea what that means. Added prison-based loot to the AI inhabiting prison caves. There's now an AI inhabiting prison caves? Has there been AI in the caves?
Yeah, in the prison caves, in the tunnels.
Wait, that says Horizon. Added a Platinum Bay to the Boston Flats so players can go there after escaping prison. That is a really cool thing. Like, so there's always a battle between the it's an MMO, I want to solo a javelin, those two ends of the conversation. And the game, as a game, should be designed to be played both ways. As designers, it's their job to design it how they want to design it, and they want to design it only towards the it's an MMO. However, it's also a game, so they need to balance that with, I want to solo a javelin. It might not get to soloing a javelin side, because that's the, full end of the spectrum, but they still have to accommodate players that maybe don't feel comfortable with other players. So escaping prison on your own in 3.18 will be a valid strategy. Yay. Okay, that was all the QOLs. On to ATC controls. No, ATC. Air traffic control will now clean up debris on landing pad / port when the pad is assigned for use. I don't know if it was Twitter or in the Astropub Discord. I saw this is the most heartbreaking image posted with this. It was a shot from the Wing Commander movie, because when one of the significant characters wrecks on a landing pad, they don't have enough time because of incoming enemies. All they can do is sweep their ship off the landing pad. Heartbroken. Absolutely just distraught. It was like PTSD crap from that image.
Well, and
oh my god, it hurt.
On a Star Citizen note, this is PES.
Yes, this is me.
These are entities. They are being streamed out. They are the air traffic control is picking up the trash. Just like the system is going to need to throw away all the stupid boxes from your
I want
hospital
PES to be
gowns.
hooked up to the trash cans.
Yeah. That's what all this is doing.
I want to be able to put something in a trash can and it disappear. It be streamed out.
Yep.
So they need
Streams
to
it
add
out,
a layer
deletes
of
it.
trash in there, just at the bottom, And so I just dump it in there. Maybe the texture updates. Maybe they use some substance designer to add dynamic textures in there. Whatever. Just give me trash cans that actually work. That's all I want. And make some way to shove a medical gown box into a trash can. Also, like, make throwing away stuff something to do with reputation. Like, maybe, like, you always hear in almost every, in ArtCorp specifically, you hear that keeping the city clean is like every civilian studio, whatever. Make it part of reputation where you get better reputation with, like, either local law or local business. There's something to do with the local area, like excessively local, like the vendors, the little vendor stalls at ArtCorp like you more because there's less trash on the ground. And so you get, like, at, like, full tier, you get, like, a credit off a hot dog or something. Something stupid like that, but make it tied to reputation. Incentivize. All right. Last category for this patch watch, law. Dun dun. No order this time. Fixed an issue where criminals can pass charges against lawful players who snare them. That is so broken. So that's if they quantum snare them, lawless players can charge lawful players for catching them in the quantum snare. So broken. I'm glad that's fixed. Fixed an issue where the gunner of a vehicle can give the pilot a crime stat for attacking an AI ship. Again, that's horrible. Med pens won't give crime stats when used on others. Again, really necessary fix. Fixed an issue where if players ram a stationary unmanned ship and is killed, they can press charges on the owner of that empty ship. I've had that happen to me. I was criminalized by somebody ramming themselves into my ship. Fixed an issue where an aggressor can crash into an innocent person's ship and press charges for vehicle damage. Again, that's also a common one. Fixed an issue where players with crimes who have infiltrated the prison can
Why did just become best friends? Yep.
And release Lift. Thanks, Citizen Kate.
Why did it play double that time? It didn't the first time.
Interesting. I wonder if it's this scene. I wonder if you have two of them in this scene. Do you have references in the OBS scene?
I just have the one thing called sound alerts. Well, and it says sound alerts 2.
But are you referencing in the list of sources? Are you referencing any sources from the first scene? Like, are you referencing the first scene at all?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that might be it, because I've done that before.
I don't know how to check if I'm referencing. Because why would it...
Did you add this scene into the... What are they called? Sources. Did you add the main scene into the sources for this scene?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then that's where it's coming from.
But it's supposed to be in there, right? Like, why is it playing it double, though? I don't understand that part.
Disable the one for this scene. Disable the sound alerts for this scene. Let me know when you've done that.
Okay.
So sound alerts is disabled for just this scene.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Oh, it worked right that time.
There you go.
Why is it... So you don't need it as a source in each scene? You only need it in one scene?
If you reference the scene that already has it, everything from that scene comes with it.
Oh, okay.
That includes all of your APIs and things. Yeah. So
Interesting.
you had it in there. You had it in its reference scene, but also in this scene.
So that's why it worked before we switched over to this with the screen.
That's exactly how I found it. Yeah.
Aha. Nightcop, thank you so much for the subscription, as well as MWalker300. Thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate you guys. Again, just to reiterate,
subscribe, but you also helped us fix a bug.
yes, you are Pathfinders QA. Congratulations, you've been promoted. Nice. But yeah, the subscriptions, they go, once I get the payout from Twitch, Like I said, as soon as we get that first $50 payout, because that's the smallest increment that they will do payouts, I will match that first payout, and we will have a donation party, or something. Maybe we'll start a giveaway. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Star System
So
live
thank you
stream,
so
go.
much. Yeah, where were you?
have two
Thank
more.
you for. Go for it.
All right. Modify the Call to Arms mission, which you should always pick up if you're a lawful player. It doesn't matter what you're about to do. To respect crime stats. For those who don't know the Call to Arms mission, it is a passive mission that anytime you kill a unlawful player or NPC, it gives you money. This includes additionally 2 missions you're running. So if you take Call to Arms and a bunker mission, every NPC you kill counts towards the Call to Arms mission. Always take the Call to Arms mission if you're a lawful player. Always. That should be one of the tutorials I do. Missions. Like generalized missions. Very important. But now you get paid even more or less, depending on how they balanced it, depending on the crime stat. I hope they have different crime sets for NPCs. Hope they're not just 5 all the time. And the last one, changed it so crime set 1 and 2, very big change, won't cause the player to be arrested or detained or shot trying to pay off their landing fee. I had a friend, this was like last night or the night before, I spawned, and by the way, the Valk is my current party boat. Not party boat, but the thing I'm using for me and my friends to run missions in the Valk right now, because the MSR has problems. It's a really good ship. I'm surprised not more people aren't using it. Anyway, so we get the Steve. I'm like, okay, drive the Steve, or he wanted to drive the Steve, so I'm like, okay, drive it into the Valk. I'm like, go slowly, but no, he just guns it straight into the ramp, gets a crime stat for hitting my ship. It's only a 1 or a 2, goes to go pay it off in the Babbage terminals and customs, shot down by the guards, trying to pay off his crimes at 1 or 2. Horrible. He was in prison for then an hour, and then we ended up. He almost saved me because I got stranded because of the thing where if you hit a vehicle, the vehicle starts floating away. He was a few hundred meters out, and then 30K, and that's how we ended the night. All right. That is all for this patch watch. Stay tuned for another coming in a couple seconds from Tree.
Yes, the last one, which just came out today, like literally as we were doing our research for this episode, this popped up. I was like, oh, great, we have more work to do. But this one actually is, a lot longer. Oh my God. Oof. Okay.
It's got some bits in it.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a few bits and
I can take the
bobs.
bug fixes if you want. That way you don't have to do everything.
You have
here.
work to do, Nazeris. You have work. You
You
have your assignment. Did you understand it? Do you understand the assignment? So the last one, which just came out today, shortly after noon my time, after detailing the upcoming Alpha 318 patch watch, we are back in town. After detailing the upcoming balance adjustments and quality of life improvements based on your feedback, we're back with the 3rd edition of Alpha 318 patch watch. Let's get started. Jump Town version 2.1. What started as emergent gameplay, the original Jump Town, before being implemented as a dynamic event, is now in its 3rd iteration. After evaluating your feedback, Jumptown's illegal drug labs have doubled in size for version 2.1. They also now have a second entrance, a second drug dispenser, and multiple windows and skylights. To improve gunplay inside, we made the labs circular and removed most of the doors for better visibility and fire lines. And if you run the mission on the illegal side, you can now also sell the captured maze at junkyards alongside Grimhex. So here's a few images of what the interior looks like now. So the interesting thing about all this is here is Jumptown, and underneath all this clutter is the old outpost tech. These old outposts are not going away. They have been added to the Rastar system, and they are building more and more overlays in order to be able to do things like this. So it's not just the homesteads that we have been seeing in different ISCs, the things that look like they're made of concrete and stuff. Those are outpost homesteads. So that's the homestead is a variant of outposts, whereas these are a different variant of outposts. These aren't going away. They're going to get refined, continue to get added to. They're going to be different, but these are all overlays that they are creating via Rastar, just like for the other systems. If you want to know more about Rastar, we recently did a big old segment on it as part of the podcast, so you can see that on my YouTube. The Mui Mui fashion suit. The latest outfit from fashion label Mui Mui finds its way into the verse and combines smart casual design with natural fabrics to give you an elegant look this party season. This dress will be available in the Apparelli shop on Microtech. Mui Mui sounds very, very Thai to me. Like Muay Thai.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I've been to Thailand. I've been there a couple times with the military, so I'm very familiar with the Thai. Ship bug fixes. Everyone loves their spaceships, so here are some fixes that made it into Alpha 318 that will make your favorite vessel shine even brighter. Siren lights on the Anvil C8R Pisces have been improved over those in Alpha 317-4. Gun racks for the jump seats on the Anvil Valkyrie are now functional. Woo! Yeah! Once 318 drops, I will be doing gameplay streams, particularly to go looking for relics, as I am a lore affiliate with Paul over at Astropub. And I don't think Del Inar is in chat, but Del Inar, who is in my Discord, very active member of my Discord, came up with the name for my Valkyrie, and I have since had a commission done for it for nose art from one of the artists that Paul used to do the Quantum Stellar art stuff that he has going on in his channel. And so I had a commission done because Del Inar decided to call my Valkyrie the Vomit Comet. And so I had a Vomit Comet themed nose art design done, and I will be using it when I make Twitter announcements and such for gameplay streams where we go fly the Valkyrie and go looking for relics as part of lore. So keep an eye out for those in the near future. They fixed the Aegis Hammerhead's front lifts. I didn't know they were broken. It's been a while. Shifted the Origin 890's jump hangers, lifts, and doors around so they can be salvaged and scraped. Interesting. Aegis Reclaimer will no longer have issues with players crouching in the cargo bay. Origin 600i Touring should now have an atmosphere in the midship lounge. That would be a good place to have atmosphere. Aegis Hammerhead component bays were added in the engine room. All part of the resource network system that they are currently working so hard on. Smooth floor collision in the Origin 400i, so there are no tiny gaps in the doors that make you duck down or split for a split second. That was really frustrating. I did notice that. The Argo Mole and Aegis Vanguard's lockers will now close after being opened. Improve the access point for the Asperia Talon's pilot seat to make it safer. Oh, that would suck if you were trying to get in there and it killed you. Aegis Redeemer's rear turret angles were tweaked, and the Aegis Redeemer's atmospheric hold near the cockpit was fixed, so you no longer lose atmosphere. Misk Starfarer's rear turret angles were tweaked. Aegis Vanguard Sentinel's engineering power triangle fixed. We have identified and fixed a bug that caused the Greycat PTV to explode while driving on the ice lake outside New Babbage. Origin 890 Jump's weapon rack slots should all be functional now. Awesome. Glad to see more of that coming online. Aegis Reclaimer received a minor flight retune to aid its atmospheric performance. So it will be less of a hog in Atmo. It's still going to be a hog, I guarantee you, but just less so. The Aegis Reclaimer has 120 SCU of temporary cargo grids added to the salvage deck to allow easier storage of salvage materials before requiring transport to the cargo deck area. This is an interim measure, until a more comprehensive rework of the Reclaimer is done to bring it up to the gold standard. Further iteration on ground vehicle speeds. So here's a list of all the vehicles all the ground vehicles, and you can see that the ones in blue had no change from 3.17.3. The ones in green got an increase in their speed, and the ones in red got a decrease. So the Nova tank got slowed down. Mule slowed down a lot. The Rock DS slowed down, and then the Rock DS slowed down. The PTV also slowed. The things that got increased, the Ursa's a little bit faster, as well as the Cyclones RC, RN, and the base. More Arena Commander improvements. With Alpha 3.18, Arena Commander and Star Marine have received quality of life and bug fixes following discussions and feedback from players, as well as the successful integration of persistent entity streaming into the module. We're extremely excited to elevate Arena Commander and Star Marine and encourage players to contribute to issue cancel reports and feedback threads so we can make further improvements. System balance. Persistent entity streaming successfully integrated into Arena Commander and its related systems. Added gray screen effect when dead for all modes. The system used to white blacklist ships from game modes has been completely reworked. Bleed out will now award the shooter both for causing the bleed out and for all bleeding damage inflicted afterwards. So you get points for it.
Nice.
Several UI systems have been updated to building blocks, which is great. It should make it perform better. The 3 topmost scoring players in all game modes now gain an additional 2,000, 1,500, and 1,000 points respectively. All other players gain a 500-point participation reward. In team game modes, victory now rewards 2,000 points, while defeat rewards 5,000 points. Hooray, all these points. What do we do with them? The top scoring player in any game mode is now awarded MVP, which displays in the game feed. Hemorrhage now displays as a secondary scoring event. Ballistic pickup amount increased from 50 to 80%, split across all ballistic hard points.
Nice.
Oh, okay, for Arena Commander. Items and vehicles should now appear alphabetically in the rental customization screens. Thank you. Make it so much easier to find what you're looking for. The following ships are now rentable in Arena Commander. The Hammerhead, Reclaimer, Harbinger and Sentinel, C8 Pisces, Carrick and Carrick Expedition, Cartu All, Nox and Nox Q, Raft, Mole, and the different Mole skins. The Banded Defender, the Hover Quad, Dragonfly, Hull A, Prospector, Starfarer, and Starfarer Gemini, Origin 890, and the Mantis and the Scorpius. Modes. Increased player limit of free flight from 8 to 24. So that's interesting that you can have more people in your free flight arena just if you want to fly around and practice things or check out ships. So that's kind of cool. Decreased required player count from last stand from 6 to 2. Okay. Removed third-person camera from elimination. Last stand now displays player objective in the top right of the screen. Duel, Battle Royale, and Squadron Battle have been limited to light and medium combat ships. Classic Race has had its allowed ship list expanded, so you can race in a lot more ships than you could previously. Maps, adjusted skybox in Dying Star to match the upcoming Pyro system. So we're going to get to actually see what the Pyro system skybox actually looks like. Dying Star has undergone a visibility pass, reducing cloud density, glare, and size of smoke particle effects, which led to poor visibility and motion sickness for some players. Also really hampered performance. So I'm hoping that will really help it smooth the performance out. Bug fixes, closure rate. Too far. Closure rate marker fixed to give correct velocity towards target rather than full relative speed, game wide. Damaging a friendly with a missile now correctly gives a negative score based on the damage dealt. Damaging a friendly with a missile in modes where friendly fire is disabled will no longer damage the friendly target. Explosions and collisions now follow friendly fire rules. Last stand will no longer respawn an already spawned player at the start of a round. Dual mode should no longer affect the Battle Royale leaderboards. Fixed various issues with asteroid collisions in Broken Moon and Dying Star. Fixed issues with missing geometry in Dying Star. Fixed issues causing poor performance in Dying Star. Yay. Fixed various Viz area issues across OP Station Damien, Echo 11, and the Good Doctor. Fixed various issues where killing a player would not award the full score pool, most notably when getting headshots. Fixed an issue in... There's a whole bunch of bug fixes. If you want to read them all, check out the patch watch. I'm not going to read them all. I'm just gonna run out of words. But a whole bunch of bug fixes, which is absolutely fantastic, especially considering that for so long, Arena Commander and Star Marine did not get much love. Lots of big improvements now that
There's an entire team for it.
An entire dedicated team. Yeah, North End Trooper, I agree. It would be cool if we could rent multi-crew ships and practice them in like free flight mode or in the combat modes. I think that would be a good addition. Oh, sweet. There you go. It is planned. It's going to be a thing.
That was one of the things they said even before having the dedicated team. It was one of the things they were really wanting to get in, being able to spawn multiple players in a single ship. But I believe the Hammerhead was just added. The Hammerhead and Redeemer were added to the new the AC. I don't know if it was. I thought it was in that patch watch actually.
I think it was in there somewhere. So I think it's a thing. I don't know if it's for all of them, but yeah.
I know the Hammerhead was added. The following ships are now rentable in Arena Commander: Hammerhead, Reclaimer, Harbinger, Sentinel, C8 Pisces, Carrick, Carrot Expedition, Cartwall, Nox, Nox Q, Rash, Mole and Mole Carbon, Mole Carbon, Banner Defender, Consolidated Outland Hoverquad, Drake Dragonfly. All these things will be available to play in Arena Commander. Scorpius. So I don't know if they have the system yet to spawn multiple players inside of one ship. You can do it in free fly because you can get out of your ship in free fly. But in like online Pirate or Vandal Swarm or Battle Royale, I don't know. I don't know if they have a team structure even. But they're working on stuff like that. It is something they want.
That will be very cool.
Yes, the Hammerhead, Vanguards, Defender, Starfarer, Gemini, 890 Jump, Scorpius. Combat ships, right?
Yeah.
Dual Battle Royale and Squadron Battle have been limited to light and medium ships. Where did they say that? Somewhere in here?
Yeah, it was in there.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I wonder if they're working on a heavy mode.
Could be. That would be interesting. Have a separate thing. You know, a Vandal Swarm and a kitted out Hammerhead would be a lot of fun. You know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But that is it for... man, it took a lot longer than I thought it was going to.
The whole show's over. We're ending it here.
Yeah.
We did it in an hour 42.
Yeah, but that is it for the Roadmap Roundup and 318 Patch Watch segment of this episode. And from here, we are going to be transitioning into our Spectrum Pulse on the quantum simulation. Nazeris was on Astropub or on Captain's Table this last weekend talking with Paul, and they talked about the quantum simulation a bit. So we're going to talk about it some more here and just give you the details, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are not aware of what quantum is or where it is in terms of development or how it works. And so we're going to cover basically everything quantum. There's a lot of information, so stick with us. But I think it's going to be really informative. And there's a lot of links in the show notes where if you don't want to watch the whole segment, if you can't hang out with us the whole time, you can go do all the watching and reading on your own. I highly encourage it. But there's a good amount of information to cover. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to start off with our... Not that. I'm going to start off with the initial announcement for the quantum simulation, which was at CitizenCon 2949, 3 years ago. So at Citizen...
It was 3 years ago.
Yeah. So at CitizenCon 2949, this presentation that's on screen right now was shown to us, and we didn't know it was coming. It was entirely a surprise. And if you go back and watch this video, or if you watched it live, you will remember how stoked everybody was, and how much excitement there was about what was presented. And we're not going to watch this whole presentation because it's an hour long, but I've made some notes about it in order to frame what quantum is before we move on to the next bit of information.
That presentation made Tony Zervik the star he is today.
It did, absolutely.
Why everyone who knows about Star Citizen development always says, yes, more Tony Z and everything, is that. That right there. The thing I'll get to later was only an addition. That's what made him the core designer we know of him today. So,
yeah, that's why whenever Tony Z's name gets mentioned, people, just everybody's, you're, huh? What? Tony Z? Tony Z?
Yep.
Huh?
Something interesting?
Yeah. So I'm going to put the link for this in the chat right now. So that way, if you wanted to bookmark it later, for watching later on your own. But I'm just going to go through some of my notes and talk about what Tony Z talked about in this presentation. And then I have a couple of clips that I want you, that we're going to watch that I think are pretty important. At the very beginning, Tony mentions at the just past the 1 minute mark that they've been working on quantum for 4 to 6 months with the guys from Game Horizon. So Game Horizon is the company that made the star map, and they're the company that made the star map, and so they've continued to partner with Game Horizon on the development of the quantum simulation. And so the quantum simulation has basically been worked on since like early middle 2019. So we're over 3 years into development of quantum right now. And there have been hiccups, largely because the people that are working on a lot of the people that are working on quantum are the same engineers that are needed for the work on PES and server meshing. So with the delays and the challenges and bringing that tech online, it has meant less resources for Tony Z as far as building and integrating the quantum simulation. So that's why people are like, oh, why is it taking so long? It's like, there's only so many people who know how to do this stuff, and they've got a whole lot of other things that they're working on. So at the time of this presentation, at the end of 2019, Stanton had 225 economic nodes and 44 trading outposts, 13 rest stops, and 50 asteroid fields. And I think it's interesting that he mentions 50 asteroid fields because it suggests that the different areas are mapped out and are segmented into different fields, even though the asteroid belts look like a single belt. Well, it's not just a single belt. There's multiple fields within that belt. So I thought that was kind of interesting because that's how they divide up what the probabilities are of different resources in those fields. And we're going to go ahead and play this clip that I took because I think it's really important as far as putting into context how important and how vital the quantum simulation is.
The point of this presentation then is to give you a better understanding of how, when the first one's taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves, obviously, a lot of different areas: procedural generation of terrain, modular art sets, algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors, and a lot of other stuff. For the purposes of this talk, though, I'm going to focus on what I call the dynamic content.
Okay. So I'm not going to replay that multiple times, but I'm going to reiterate the quote. The point of this presentation, then, is to give you a better understanding of how when the first one's taken so long, when he says first one, he's talking about the first star system, how when the first star system has taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves obviously a lot of different areas of procedural generation, like they use procedural tools to build the planets. They use procedural tools to build the gas clouds out in space. They use procedural tools to make the asteroid fields. They use procedural tools to make every location in the game. You know, that a lot of them are in development or are well into development. So, you know, every point of interest in space or on a planet is built, is being built using procedural tools. But procedural generation of terrain and modular art sets detailing buildings and interiors, they're going to be using procedural tools to do the building interiors for the cities. They're going to be using procedural tools like Rastar to actually build the cities. But the quantum simulation allows it so that when these new systems are built using all these tools, that they are quantum just ties right into that system and what's being built already. You know, it's a systemic back-end system that ties into everything that they're building. The whole goal of what they were trying to build before they started working on quantum is they wanted content that responds to player and NPC actions in a logical fashion that's systemic. They wanted things to occur in response to what you were doing and in response to what NPCs are doing, but do it not just in a really limited way. They wanted it just to just sort of work. And so originally, a lot of that happened via algorithms and formula, but it required a lot of fine-tuning and manual input. So another quote that Tony Z mentions, he's like, most missions should, of course, be dynamic in nature. They should only be offered when there is an actual need for something. This might take the form of a factory that needs some aluminum to create a retail product, a criminal that needs to be brought to justice, or someone that needs a lift from one location to another. I thought that quote was pretty interesting because it talks about what quantum is integrated with, what quantum is the simulation is designed to generate for not only players but for NPCs. It's designed to create, we keep using the word missions, but essentially it's designed to create contracts to do work based off of demand. If there's demand for a resource in order to produce something that is sold at a shop, that demand will generate a contract, and a player or an AI is supposed to take that contract in order to fulfill it. He mentions bringing a criminal to justice. Well, the bounty hunter system is part of the quantum simulation. So, basically law enforcement is part of the quantum simulation.
And also, to plug our own stuff even more, we have almost an entire episode of the Pathfinders podcast dedicated to Bounty Hunter V2, which a good chunk of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in his chunk of the what is this called? The thing? Not Roadmap Roundup, the Spectrum Pulse? Spectrum Pulse! Is covered also in that. So if this sounds very familiar for those who watch it regularly, it's because there's a lot to talk about. It takes a lot of going over and touches a lot of different parts of the game.
When we talked about Bounty Hunter V2, we were just talking about a handful of services that are being worked on that are part of the quantum simulation that are relevant to that game to that gameplay. There's also a lot of the other services that are more economic based, which is what I'm going to be talking about initially. It also ties into the contracts and the missions in order to move NPCs and players around. So if you need to be transported, or an NPC needs to be transported for whatever reason, it'll generate a contract, and that contract will be able to be taken. So you may be, if you want to get transported from Hurston because you're tired of working for the Hurstons, and you're ready to move on up to Arcor, then you may be transported by an NPC flying a ship across the system who decides that job is worth it to them. Originally, all of these, what they were trying to do in order to make this gameplay systemic, in order to make it so that way things happened logically, is they created a whole bunch of probability volumes within the Stanton system. And so a probability volume is an area of space that just contains information, and I'm reading a quote, detailing what you should see as you pass through that area. And so it just basically says, in this area around Crusader, there is this high of a probability that you will run into a pirate, that you'll run into a hauler, that you'll run into security. Mwalker 300, they definitely could have come up with a more unique name so that it isn't confusing. Because naming it after the quantum drive, I don't think they named it after. They named it after because they say it's a quantum leap in what they're doing as far as simulation wise, but it does get really confusing.
So if you look at it closely, there's a big funny that happens between front end developers and back end developers. I forget what their event tool is for dynamic events. I forget its name, but there's I
think it's Quasar.
Quasar is the one.
Yeah, I think that's in your, no, it's maybe it is. I think it's in your video.
No, it's farther on in mine. We'll get to that one. But anyway, one of their services that they also talk about in my app is the Odin software. That's a system in the game. It's big funny that happens between the two groups of people where we have, like, the front end, we have a planet. The developers, we have a software. Front end, we have a ship. The back end, we have a software.
And the program they use to monitor, quantum and to build the simulation and test it out and the visual representation is called Hex. Like Grim Hex.
Not Hex code, not Grim Hex, just Hex.
Yeah.
There's also Star Words to help the dialogue. Gen 12, not the DirectX 12, which is Microsoft's graphics API, which is a competitor to Vulkan. It's its own category of things to follow. It's so not obnoxious, but nebulous.
It makes our job harder. That's for sure.
Nebulous.
Yeah. I don't have any alcohol because I have a sore throat. So. So yeah, they used a whole bunch of probability volumes in order to just generate a probability that as you are traveling through a particular part of space that you might have an encounter, and when this presentation occurred, the combat assist system currently is handled the probability volumes, and originally back then the plan was to and he says soon when talking about this, was to include NPC refueling and passenger transport as part of the probability volumes. Obviously, they decided that they were going to do something different for those contracts, that kind of mission generation, along with the fact that refueling took a lot longer to get in. They were going to be planning to go forward with more probability volumes in order to generate more gameplay, more missions. But the problem with the mission system, let's see. The problems with the mission system is the way they were running it before, even with the probability volumes and the algorithms and the formulas that they had from for economic nodes and stuff, is that it was not dynamic, and it was fixed to specific NPCs and locations, and there wasn't really a whole lot of diversity in terms of mission generation, and the NPCs had no ability to regulate that mission system. So they didn't really have any input. The NPCs were static entities that players interacted with, but they didn't really interact with each other than in these sort of scripted scenarios that are generated by probability volumes. So it was a good system, but very limited. But it led to really algorithmic gameplay that, the way Tony Z explained it, he's like, it felt very formulaic and stale. So missions got really old really fast because they felt very samey. The other issue is that the probability volumes had to be manually created and manually maintained and adjusted. So it required a lot more overhead, a lot more manual input, which is a lot more effort, and that just takes up a ton of resources. That, pardon me. What they really wanted is for something like if an explorer discovered a new field of asteroids, that more, that the miner, the population of miners would go up in that area, and that the asteroid field would eventually be depleted. You could use the same analogy for pirates. If there was a lot of trading or hauling of really valuable things to be plundered, and that pirate population would go up until the security response would go up in response, would go up, and then the risk versus reward would go in the direction that the pirates would move on somewhere else. A lot of this falls into the use of economic nodes. And let's see if I can pull up the image. That's not it. Anyway, so the economic nodes are, the image here has Kasaba and Cubby Blast on ArtCore. But economic nodes are more than just those storefronts. So an economic node is an entity within the game represented by an actual storefront like Kasaba, or a kiosk like at an outpost, or a UI interface like in your Mobiglass, or an actual NPC that you can interact with. Like if you're the handful of ones that are bespoke, where you had use the personal thought system in order to interact with them, to interact with the economy. But these economic nodes, they have an item manifest, and it just details the things that they want to buy or sell, how much storage capacity they have at that location for inventory, and then some data related to determining the prices at which they would buy and sell things. Economic nodes include refineries. They include factories, which aren't physically represented, but are part of the simulation, are meant to be. But they include retail stores where you buy the finished products, like Kasaba and Cubby Blast. But the current system with the economic nodes is entirely faked and fixed. It is, the generation of things that you can buy is a fixed system. The production, like if you go to do some trading and you're going to buy some laranite at an outpost, it's a fixed value for how much laranite is produced by that mining facility over a period of time. The places that buy it, it's a fixed system that says, okay, we'll only buy this much at this price, until our inventory is full, and then we won't buy anymore. And then you just have to wait a certain period of time. It's very fake. It's very fixed. It's not really an actual, it's a very rudimentary simulation. And they really want the goods and services, and when I say services, I'm, you're obviously, when you're trading, or when you're buying, when you're trading in something like laranite, or when you're buying things that you would buy out of a storefront, components and what have you, they want those are goods, but services would be like if you're, using a refinery to refine your mine materials, your paying for somebody to transport you. You're paying for rescue. You're paying to get refueled, rearmed, repaired at a station. All those things. They wanted the price and availability to be dynamic, based on actual supply and demand in a given area. And it's really hard to make supply and demand actually feel real with an algorithmic based a simple algorithm like they use right now, or like what they're using when they first presented quantum to us at CitizenCon 2019. And so they really needed the system that they were trying to the system they were trying to design. They really needed it to be properly functioning so that it included NPCs in the ability to step up and fill the gap left by players within the economy. So if a player isn't, if enough players aren't doing a thing, that for whatever reason, that NPCs would pick up the slack in order to make sure that good or service is actually available. So quantum is actually designed, in order to address all these problems that I just talked about. They needed to design a simulation that would create a dynamic and logical universe. Pardon me. Whoops, just hit my microphone. And that it would create economic need that would dictate the demand for goods and services. That NPCs would be able to contribute and help regulate that simulation. And that the system would also be auto-balancing using NPCs and the different rule sets within it in order to auto-balance the economy. So that way, even if you did have, peaks and valleys within waves, that it would auto-balance back towards a norm. And then they also wanted it so that way designers would be able to set up the rules within the simulation instead of having to actually, go in and manually create content within it, because it would be, it's so much more, it's more difficult. It requires a ton more effort for them to have to manually generate content like traditional games do, versus having to just set up rules and have the simulation run. The other issue is that it needed to be computationally efficient in order to work across what is planned to be a very vast MMO like Star Citizen, with large player counts via server meshing and PES, multiple systems, and lots of NPCs in order to make the whole thing feel alive. And so that's that simulation. You couldn't, you don't have infinite resources in order to run it, so it had to be efficient to run. So the system that they designed, and let's see if I can pull up that image.
Give information back in return.
So here is what we, on screen right now. Here is what the service architecture looked like, before. It's kind of what we still have now, even though we've gotten some aspects of quantum in that you had a handful of services feeding information to the DGS, the dedicated game server, which then fed that information to players. Very, pretty rudimentary. You get, some inputs from these different services, but the amount of information that players were able to put back into those services was very limited. And these services were very, very static. They weren't very dynamic. They didn't offer much variability and variety. So yeah, that's what the as of the presentation, that's what the simulation looked like, or what the simulation that we had at the time. Quantum is designed to have access to all these services, as well as player input. Quanta, the individual NPCs that are part of the simulation, interact with these services and the simulation itself based off of traits that they have that determine their behaviors. So things like ambition, morality or criminality, their intelligence, their happiness, aggression, risk tolerance. If a quanta is unhappy, they're going to be more likely to leave their situation or try to leave their situation for somewhere else. So if you're thinking about it, that a quanta's unhappiness would be what would drive them to, leave their place of employment on Hurston for better pastures, and thus requiring a transport mission for you to move them to somewhere else. Risk tolerance, how likely someone is going to, take on a risky contract based off of, piracy in a given area. How intelligent they are, which impacts their efficiency at doing certain tasks, and how quickly they can do certain things, which we'll get more into later. All these different traits, and there's a long list of them, are basically what they use via the simulation in order to give the quanta realistic behavior or semi-realistic behavior when they're interacting with the simulation. The other thing, so whereas quanta, the NPCs, have traits, the economic nodes of production economic nodes of production have different formula. Whether it is a mine that has a finite amount of minerals or metals, coupled with the purity, which is talks about how difficult it is to extract them, how much labor and time it takes to extract those minerals and metals to produce them. The same thing goes for refineries and factories down the line. How big is this refinery? How many, how large of a worker population can it have? How efficient is that refinery? How many tasks it can, refinery tasks it can work on at a given time. All these things are basically just formula that, take these different inputs in order to generate outputs, whether it's refined quantanium or making a finished product like a power plant. So let's move along. The problem with this current arrangement right here is that you can see that these services have algorithms that they use in order to generate content for players, but they don't receive any input from NPCs, and supply and demand only comes from players and the formula that that is fixed within these services. It's not dynamic, has to be manually changed. So like I was talking about,
Simulation, so that there's no meaning.
Oh, no, go back.
Further, it allows player actions to be fed back into the simulation.
Further, so this is what the quantum simulation will look like, this sort of architecture between the simulation communicating with these services in order to dynamically manipulate the algorithms that these services use, the formulas that they use for what the content that they're creating. And then for these services to communicate what the simulation is telling them to the dedicated game servers, which create the visual representation for players in order for us to interact with. And so the player input, as well as the NPC input, will go back into the quantum simulation, and it creates this feedback loop that makes the actual simulation feel alive, feel dynamic, have the ability for change instead of things being static. So yeah, this is what the sort of basic architecture, of what the quantum simulation will be like. And the quantum simulation it's really complex, and it takes a whole lot of information in and then feeds it back out. And it feeds it out to the various services that feed it out to the game servers and the players. But it also makes it so that way, kind of like the replication layer with the entity graph, replicates the information across all the servers in a shard. So that way, the simulation is the same across every server. Same thing with all these services. These services connect to each dedicated game server, so that way the same quantum simulation is replicated across the entire breadth of the Star Citizen universe, regardless of whether you're playing in Australia or the US. So let's close that and that. And let's see. one other thing of one other quote that I thought pretty interesting, and I think a lot of people got kind of confused when they had that ISC about the cargo refactor. The guy who was talking about the cargo refactor mentioned that, in differentiating between hauling and trading, that pirates wouldn't be interested in what was being hauled, that they would just be containers like cargo mission, or not cargo, the box missions we have now that don't have value. It's just a box that's only has value as far as the person at the other end wants it and they're paying to have it transported. Well, that guy is working on the cargo factor. He's not working on the quantum simulation, and so that's not how the big box missions work. There will be big box missions the big box missions are meant to be contracts from the quantum simulation. So we're going to play a little little clip.
Go ahead and leave it in. I want to see it drop a little bit more.
We all want to see it, Tony.
Where did it go?
So it's already down 40-50%, and it'll keep falling. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add some additional factories. Delamar.
That is not the right clip. Apparently I screwed that up. So at the end of this simulation that they're doing, or towards the end, basically what happened is the economy that they had set up wasn't complete, and so they went through this simulation in order to continue to add economic nodes and quantum in order to create a economic loop of production and transport and consumption in order to show us what the quantum simulation does as far as making the economy actually work. But before they finished the loop, as it was winding down, because the loop wasn't finished, it got to the end of a line versus a circle. He said, you always get a little bit of turbulence because you've already got contracts that you set up. And so what he was talking about is like a factory that was producing power plants. They finished filling their inventory, and no one was buying the power plants yet. They didn't have a place, a storefront that was selling them. So their inventory went up, and then it just got to as high as it would go. But they still had contracts out for the resources that they needed to produce power plants. So they were still generating contracts in order to say, I need this much laranite and this much aluminum to create power plants. And so in order to maintain production, they put out a contract that says, bring me this much aluminum, and so you will go out, and it's basically you go and pick up the order. It isn't, you're not going to be having box missions that it's just an empty box. It's we need you to transport this box full of this, of this much laranite to this to this landing zone where it goes into the factory here at ArtCore to produce power plants. It's a buying and selling contract, and if you take the mission, you are the middleman transporting it. You're not, a whole lot less of, okay, I need 50 of this, go out and find them for me, because that's not how how the simulation is designed to work. The quantum simulation is less commodity training and much more buying and selling occurring, and you transporting what is bought and sold or under contract. And maybe this was, which clip was this? I think I mislabeled it. Oh. Yeah, so, and this video, and I'm going to turn on the captions just because this part was really interesting, because it talks about, how the quantum simulation interacts with lawless NPCs and security, and how it dynamically changes things, and players will be able to impact it, but also just be able to be impacted by it.
Going on. And if you notice, by the way, the police will wind up patrolling an area, so they're in constant motion, whereas the pirates basically are enabling quantum interdiction fields. That's why they're basically picking a route on, they're picking a particular location on the route between, between two locations, and they're basically, lying in wait. And the security, which doesn't know exactly where they are, is scanning the area looking for them. And so what you notice here is that the pirate situation is starting to look a lot better now that security's shown up. And you would see this reflected over in the prices. And so what you have here is a perpetual game of cat and mouse, to where the pirates look for the areas where they can reap the largest rewards with the least amount of risk, and security is then drawn to them. And as soon as you get enough pushback from the system in terms of security, then the pirates look for more opportunistic pastures. And again, this is very much like what you would expect to see. And if you notice, by the way,
so as you can see with what they're demonstrating, it's very dynamic, and the pirates aren't always going to be in the same place. The risk to haulers isn't always going to be the same in a given area. It all changes based off of the the dynamic system that they're creating, so that way it isn't so just repeated and formulaic. Essentially, what they were just talking about and what they were showing is the quantum simulation essentially creating dynamic probability volumes. So at this point, the probability, in this area that you'll run into a pirate is higher. But as more security shows up and more security patrols are going along, and getting into combat with pirates or scaring them off, that probability, curve, that you will interact with a pirate goes down. Same thing, vice versa. If you're a hauler, if you are security and you're looking for the pirates, all these sorts of things will dynamically change based off of the information fed into the simulation and what the simulation takes and then feeds back out, creating that loop of simulation with it that the players can actually interact with and see. And so I've got one last clip.
We've got a lot more work to do before Quantum is ready for integration with the rest of the game, but it's one of the last big steps in setting us up for a completely dynamic and systemic universe. Thanks for listening.
So I thought that this was pretty important because he was talking about this back in 2019 about how the quantum simulation is one of the last big steps for creating the dynamic and systemic universe that they're trying to build. Well, what are the other big steps? PES and server meshing. And PES is in. Server meshing is soon TM. They've already, they're well into production on server meshing. It's been in production for a while. The various services that the server meshing utilizes have already been worked on. Prior. It isn't a matter of things being mutually exclusive where, okay, well, they couldn't work on server meshing because they're working on PES. No, that's not how it works. They're working on both, and these things are both leapfrogging as they build different things in order to, okay, we've done this part, now we can work on this part. The other piece of that puzzle is the quantum simulation. And we know that they've been working on the quantum simulation, as Nazeris is going to tell us here in a little bit. And we know that there's been a lot of stuff going on in the background. We just don't have the details on it because the work on the quantum simulation doesn't make it into the monthly reports. Don't ask me why. It drives Nazeris and I nuts because we would love to be reading about this stuff and telling you about it and getting all excited. But the systemic services and tools team, which is the team working on the quantum simulation, they don't make it in the monthly reports. I don't know why. I would love to see that. So the information that we do have is from this video, from a Q&A that came out 4 months later that we're going to go over some of the more important questions, more interesting questions that were answered. And then a more recent video from May of 2021, as well as a few little tidbits that we'll talk about at the end here. But that was the first video, the first announcement of the quantum simulation and telling us how it was going to work and how it's going to impact the Star Citizen universe. Next.
Okay. So just to give you guys a little glimpse into what's going to happen here, I've already written twice, if not 3 times the amount that has been in this first part. Oh my. Okay. That's gonna be fun.
Summarize.
No,
So-
it will be. I've skipped over large chunks of a lot of stuff. Oh, that's gonna be so fun. The problem is I've missed the last chapter.
Do me a favor.
But
Why
the
don't you get
last
started
chapter-
with the Q&A questions that we decided to pick out? I posted the link to the Q&A. We're not going to go over all the questions, just the ones we thought that were most important, so you can read it yourself. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
All right. Fortunately, the last chapter is unneeded for this discussion. Yay. You can summarize what it does, but it's actually unneeded. All right. So, there was a Q&A done a while after this original video. This was April 2020. So that would have been, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months after this original video. So we didn't pick out, we're not going to read the entire thing. If you're in the show notes, I believe that Tree is now posting these in his Discord afterwards. But we did pick out some of them that were more relevant to the current discussion. All right, to start us off, question: will factory nodes on planets be physical locations in the persistent universe? Answer: for now, and this was speaking in April 2020, for now, factories, refineries, and manufacturing nodes are all virtual entities that exist to spur traffic in the economic simulation and eventually generate service beacons. In the long term, we hope to link as many things that happen in Quantum as possible to actual player-facing game. So not now.
Underground facilities.
Underground, yes, they actually mentioned Quantum in the underground facility presentation. It was a single sentence, but they mentioned it. And not only that, but different places in, I know they've mentioned in ArcCorp, different factories in ArcCorp will be nodes. Not just ArcCorp has engines. It will be, this place sells clothes, this place sells furniture, this place sells engine, that place sells power plants. And it will be a very, very detailed, and everything will have it. Just like a player will have an address for their house. Everything will have an address. Where we are on that map currently is we have very few things actually in game. Still, but we do have some more things than none. We do have refineries in game, so there you go. Is it the only refineries? We don't know, because we have the space stations that do it. So since you're back, you can take the second question.
Yep. Second question is there any tech needed before implementing Quanta, like iCache, OOF, size large, or server meshing? Or can it be implemented right now, as in Tier 0, and improve as we go forward? There are always compromises.
Yeah, we should probably mention, for anyone who doesn't know what iCache is or what happened to it, so as a very, very quick from a long, long history, they designed, built, implemented iCache, and it ended up being a data structure that was not fast enough. So the amount of data going in and out was too much for the entire data structure to work. Basically, instead of having a phone call, you were emailing each other. That's kind of how you can visualize it. So that's why the entity graph was invented, because iCache was too slow. Entire different data structure. So they're now having phone calls with the servers, or the backend is having phone calls with the server instead of trying to email them. So iCache, whenever they say iCache, sub in the entity graph, and that's how you can get between the old and new speak.
Yeah, iCache was designed to be what PES is now. Let's see. Why did that get messed up? Okay, so there are always compromises that we can make to get a majority of the benefit before all of the necessary tech is in place, and we plan to do that as much as possible so players can begin to feel the benefit of the dynamic simulation. Server meshing and iCache will definitely help this process, but our tech requirements are more on being able to read and write to other existing services, like the shopping service, the probability volume service, and the new dynamic mission service. So what they're saying is that the quantum simulation has always been designed in order to communicate with the dedicated game servers via the services that were already established, as well as new services. And so a lot of the work has been in order to make these new services that are part, A, create the simulation, but B, create these services that the simulation will communicate with, and then create the links so that the way those services can talk to the dedicated game servers in a systemic fashion. And so they've been able to do a lot of the work, but a part of the big issue is they have had limited resources with which to hook up that work to the server architecture, the actual dedicated game servers, because those people have been so busy working on PES and server meshing and iCache before PES. So it's a matter of resources, not a matter of this is prerequisite tech. It's a matter of, well, we need some of this tech to get done so that way the people who are working on it can do the work we need to in order to hook up the simulation or hook up these services to the game.
Yeah, there's a big disparity between the amount of people that choose to do art and the people who choose to do back-end server engineering. It's not a big field. There's not a lot of talent floating around. So what talent there is necessary for every studio doing MMO or online anything. Those server engineers are in very high demand and are very expensive. So every time they do something server related, iCache, entity graph, PES, server meshing, they're doing it with a very small team. So, like, every studio is doing it with a very small team. Like, not only are server engineers needed for games, they're also needed for, like, the world at large. They are a very in-demand thing. So,
yeah. And we're going to visualize that when we get to the progress tracker deliverable for the quantum simulation. You'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah. You'll be like, okay, that's why.
Oh, man. Oh, now my brain's going with the citizen and like the Roman rights that are part of the whole game. I forgot about those.
All right, next question. And this one's yours.
Sorry. All right. Can the quantum take into account blockade set up by an org around a jump point? Probability volume seen incapable with blockade or incompatible with blockade. This is one of the examples that Tony Zervik loves to talk about in design discussions in the office. Good to know he's thinking about what people are thinking about. A full blockade on an entire planet is impossible. In practicality, because it will always find a way to get supplies into a location that needs it. What you will see is a huge increase in demand for supplies on the actions surrounding that planet, like combat and piracy, etc. So, you can't lock off a planet. You can't starve a planet. They've also said since then, because there are multiple servers, let's say they get to a regional server map, right? So all the US everyone who connects to the US server region plays on the same server mesh. Even if every single player blockades a planet, you still have pretty sure they're turning on an Asian server soon. We also have the EU server and the Australian server. Those servers are still running with no blockade. So that all still feeds back into the back end. So you cannot fully blockade. If we get to a single shard server mesh, it will, instead of not blockading it on other servers, the game will find ways to circumnavigate it. Much like Star Wars, when there was a blockade, you had the not take the obvious way out, or have special people that can smuggle you through, kind of thing. The game will dynamically push back against the blockade.
Yep.
Stuff will get really expensive. They'll pull in mercenaries from other systems, and it will become a thing. So, can you blockade
on the
your
other-
planets? Maybe.
You can impact things, and the smaller
Oh, yeah,
the
you will always be able
location,
to
the more of an impact you can have. So one thing that I thought was kind of funny is the original asker of the question, asked about a jump point. And so Jake answered regarding something large like a planet, because
yeah.
they haven't figured out exactly how jump points are going to work. They have hinted multiple times that jump points would be like an estuary or a delta, in that it would open up, like a river, and as it gets closer to where it hits a star system, it opens up into multiple outlets. It becomes porous, and there's lots of areas to get through, so that way you can't blockade a jump point. But the Jake is responding on behalf. They're using Jake's account to make these responses on behalf of the people from Game Horizon who are working on the simulation. And so, in order to dodge the question about jump points, he answered about a planet. And then somebody's like, unfortunately, he wasn't asking about anything as large as a planet. His question was specifically about blockading a jump point entrance. Well, if a jump point is out in space and there's a whole bunch of them spread across a huge area of space, it's effectively as large as a planet. So you're not going to be able to completely blockade a jump point, but you can effectively, tighten the noose a little bit around an area, in an area around a jump point that will impact how things flow through that jump point.
And the Empire would be very concerned about what's going through those jump points. Like the Stanton side, if you guys saw I believe it was a 2019 demo where they jumped to Pyroth for the first time. There's a lot of infrastructure around there for a reason. The Empire holds them very sacred, and they want to keep them free of nefarious actors. There we go. That's the one. Which makes me so confused. How on earth did Xenothreat get through? Anyway.
Yeah.
Discussion
We'll find out eventually.
Your turn.
This next question I thought was really interesting, and it ties into what Nazeris and I have gone over with other tools that are being built. Will quantum be used to generate content such as derelict ships? So, absolutely. Contextually appropriate content like this is exactly what quantum aims to achieve. Get away from hand-placed content and make the game dynamically spawn content where it's most appropriate at that moment. So you have quanta flying around in space, or whether it's in open space or in atmosphere or in space near a planet or whatever. And based off of the dynamic probability volumes, a hauler is attacked by pirates, and the ship is made derelict or destroyed. If it's in space, that will create a probability volume that you, as you are flying through that area, will find that derelict. So that's how you generate things for salvagers, or for exploration missions for rescue. That's how this sort of stuff is generated. If it's near a planet, well, the Montreal Tools team created a tool that dynamically generates crashes. So it will make it so that way the simulation will say, okay, this reclaimer was damaged, in an interaction, in a planet's atmosphere or, in the gravity. And it will generate a dynamic crash spline to create that derelict on the planet that you can go find and you can salvage, and get the components out of, or go rescue the crew from, all that. That's how these tools tie into one another. The simulation says, okay, there's a chance that, there's a this much chance that this derelict will have been created based off of, the probabilities that are, the simulation makes. And then it feeds you this much chance or feeds the dedicated game server, will say, okay, based off of how close you are to where that would have occurred, it increases the chances that you will, run into that derelict or run into that situation, whatever it may be.
Yeah. So the derelict and the derelict outpost that we have in game or getting in game this next patch, think of those more as gold standard wrecks. Eventually they'll take those racks and say, this is our goal, so make the computer do it dynamically. And then they'll match it against the hand place. Once they can get that hand placed one from a procedural generation, they'll tell it, okay, do it yourself. It will spit out something that was generated procedurally. And if that runs through their quality checks, they take away the hand placed one and throw the procedural ones at the universe and see what happens. And if it works, we get infinite derelicts. Yay, salvagers rejoice.
Yeah, as they get salvaged and then disappear, more will continue to pop up, and blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Next one is you.
Question: will quantum be used to generate planetary missions? This one's quite obvious, but anyway, answer: quantum will be creating missions based on the aggregate actions of quanta. The dynamic mission system will be creating missions based on what quanta are doing and what kinds of services they need. So is there a disparity between quanta moving a box from a landing pad on top of a building at New Babbage to the spaceport? Possibly. If they don't do it, they'll call you. It's very much dynamic.
Yep.
Who would thunk it?
And this is all the missions. That's what the dynamic mission system is about.
Yeah.
And any goods or services that are needed will generate missions, aka contracts, for you to do, and either you can pick them up or a quanta will pick them up. But when they say planetary locations, if something is, if a NPC is down on a planet needing transport or needing rescue or needing you to they want this, there's a bounty that has gone planet side, it'll generate a mission on that, down on the planet.
Yep. Bunker missions, they could even open up bunker missions to be even more complex than they already are. I know they don't seem very complex, but they are. To where a incoming force is dynamically, not that they spawn inside, but an incoming force to a already staffed bunker could fly in, so you have not just spawning in bad guys into the environment, but they come in, then the mission goes out that, hey, we're being attacked, we need some help here. And so both you and or other quanta could pick up that mission. So, yes, the answer is unequivocally yes. So, back to you for the next one.
Will quantum be used to populate prisons? And honestly, I don't remember if we had Klesher at this point or not. It's been so long. But anyway, this is exactly the kind of thing that quantum was made to handle. The population of prisons should be the result of the amount of crime, security, and arrests in the system. Quantum is a full, real simulation that records events exactly like this. Having static numbers of prisoners that never change is what we're getting around by employing a simulation that contextualizes things like how many prisoners should be in this prison. So, if you remember when they were talking about Bounty Hunter V2 and the inclusion of the bounty offices, and I forget what they call them exactly, but places where you would take your bounty after dropping them off at different landing zones and stations. So you go capture a bounty, you disable their ship out in space, or you track them down on a planet and you capture them and you bring them in, you turn in that bounty and you get paid. Well, that no good do-gooder, or no good good for nothing, still has to get transported from wherever to Klesher, or depending on how bad they are, they might not go to Klesher. They might eventually go to some place like Quarterdeck. And so those are contracts. Essentially you're taking on a hauling contract to haul prisoners to prison and drop them off. That's gameplay. And you'll have probability volumes dynamically getting spawned of whether you're going to get interdicted by by those prisoners, gangs who are trying to free them, for NPCs. But yeah, that's a hauling mission, because the prisoners have to get moved around. Yep.
I'd
when
like
you
to
get
go
released from your
emphasize-
sentence, you may be able to get a personnel transport missions to go pick up people who are released and take them where they need to go.
Oh, I want to emphasize the second sentence in that answer. Quantum is a full, real simulation that records events exactly like this. Full and real simulation. Like, this is not... This is more akin to what City Sims deal with. What Will Wright himself tries to simulate if he had an infinite budget. Like, if any of you saw the dev videos for SimCity 5 or SimCity 2015, they tried to make sure that you saw everything that was simulated. City Skylines came in and said, no, we don't need that kind of fidelity, so here's just a normal modern city sim. But this is the kind of scale, except they're not doing a city with, only like 20 kilometers of space. They're doing hundreds of planets with billions of square kilometers of space on the planet, with billions of kilometers in space, hundreds of ports of call, and factories and nodes. Like, this very, very large system. And they're not trying to say, yeah, there's like boxes and things and pirates somewhere. They're like, the box is there. It's being hauled by this guy from there to there. He's here on his trip, and that pirate from over there that's part of this gang comes in and interdicts him. And this thing happens, which ends up in this event. That's how detailed but large this thing is. It is huge. This is why I call it not only the most funded ever game, but also the most ambitious game ever created. It is insane. I've never heard of a game trying to do this simulate everything, whether that be front end or back end. It is dense and huge. With that being said, there's also a very dense and huge question up next.
Yep. It's important, though, so stick with us.
Yes. So, question. It seems like Quantum is a simulation on the back end that feeds key performance indicators back into the game. Similarly, in industrial engineering systems, again, a real-life system, being referred to as akin to the quantum simulation. In that regard, do you plan on using distribution curves like norm or gamma? These are mathematical things, I assume. Or distribution, mathematical terms. Generated by the processing time for certain players and NPC actions, like the virtual entities, mining, trading, etc. To then integrate these curves into the game system. Or would you start off by fixing processes' time values when quantum is first implemented to make sure that functions smoothly across the star system each crusader? Or has this already been tested internally already? So, to summarize the question, because it's very dense, are you planning to take realistic curves of supply and demand and other systems into consideration when reading player and NPC actions? Or is this going to be a fixed process of value over time? And has that already been tested in-game? Answer. What a fantastic question, somebody says as they're putting down their coffee. I just imagine that, like, reading that and going, yes! Alright! That's just what I imagine. Anyway. Martin will take this one. This is a very interesting question. First, we can use quantum to balance the actual economy by running it at real-time speeds, and feeding its data to the game. But also to test the valid future scenarios in advance by fast-forwarding them in time to have an idea of their effect on the economy. Regarding the distribution curves, we can direct the real-time price discovery data from the various entities, the OHLC volume candles. Candle types for each product on the bid and ask side. I'm sure that's some economy language for something. So that's fun. From the quantum simulation running in real time, again, the third time, fourth time. Another useful thing about quantum is that it is truly full simulation that is running, meaning that we can get the data from each quanta individually if we wanted to. Like I said, this NPC from there getting introduced by that NPC who that org, yeah, whole thing. Of course, where yeah, we can of course make norm or gamma distributions out of that data. So the answer is yes to this question. But we can tap into much greater detail if we wanted to. Each quanta can live its own story in this simulation. What an insane thing to say! This guy's like, do you guys go to this level of insane detail? It's like, yeah, and more. Like, each quanta lives its own story in the simulation. What?
Yeah. Well, and that's why this question is crazy, because the person asking it is asking about distribution curves as far, and he's relating it to things like production. Like instead of having in order to produce a unit of aluminum of mined aluminum at a mine, it would take this much labor over this much time to produce one. And that's a static thing versus a curve, which would make it so that way it isn't the same logarithm, it isn't a linear thing where if you add in more production over that time, it goes over, goes up in a linear fashion. But instead, it makes it so that way, okay, you can have it so you could add more people, add more labor to the equation, and it will level off, or or inverse, go the other way around, in order to generate a curve for production versus a more linear equation. Which is interesting, but instead of generating a curve, which is still a static equation essentially, that's predictable, it's not a curve. It's a because a curve is a static equation. It's still a static thing. It's still predictable. Whereas the traits for the NPCs will make it so that way these curves don't even occur. That you have, instead of production curves, you have waves of production as NPCs come and go from a workplace based off their happiness or other traits, telling them what to do and living their own lives. That's why this is just nuts, because no one's ever done this.
Most
like the Sims.
Ever.
Yeah, the Sims is nope, doesn't compare.
That's cute. Go play in your sandbox.
Yeah.
Like the Sims only does like a full simulation on a neighborhood level.
Mm-hmm.
SimCity tries to do a obfuscated personal simulation to a city scale. Spore tried to do a Play-Doh simulation on a galaxy scale. Star Citizen tries to do a neighborhood quality on a universal scale.
Yep.
Boy. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm not even done with the paragraph yet for the answer. Since there is so much happening in the simulation, the challenge is finding the best way to get the relevant information from it. Aggregate type of information like distributions are interesting to get an overview, but another potential even more interesting type of information is in the investigating the behaviors of quanta. These behaviors can then help to feed the world with ever greater detail, like not only generating missions, but a whole backstory for the NPCs that is fully synchronized with the economy. What in the actual crud? Yeah, we can watch outputs of a factory on a monitor. We could also take that data and generate an entire movie script.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and they can look at how like NPCs with a few shared traits live their lives in comparison to one another. The next question I thought was, it's short, but I also thought was, pretty interesting, or shorter. Let's see. A couple of years ago, you talked about analytics showing an average player making around 1,700 per day with an average session of 30 to 40 minutes. Your thinking was that an average player would have to work about 3 days, one and a half to 2 hours IRL to upgrade a piece of gear. Oops, I didn't copy it all. With these values on earning and spending being a key fundamental of driving all the values up to ship components and spaceships in the quantum database, a rifle may cost 2,500 to 4,000 and a jacket may cost 3,000. Can you lay out your current thinking on this balancing and where you see it going over the next 6 months as you measure long-term persistence economy earning? The value of UEC changes drastically with every new feature that we add to the game. Every time we add an overarching system like mining, prisons, etc., the sudden existence of that system causes a large impact on the economy that's difficult to predict and to track. Tracking the UEC per hour of players is something that we're keenly interested in, but it's a remarkably difficult problem. For instance, it is difficult to aggregate how much money the average player makes while mining because they're likely not exclusively engaging in that particular activity. When did they start mining? When did they stop? If they get attacked, does that count as mining? Both the quantum team and the analytics team are actively looking into answering questions like this so we can make informed decisions. While we continue to add features during alpha, our focus is not going to be on a target UEC per hour amount, but to provide a balanced experience to the player based on player feedback and the playstyle goals the economy team tries to set out. That being said,
jumped questions. Somewhere you jumped between two questions.
No, I copied and pasted wrong.
Oh.
That's why it looks funny. Yep. That's my fault.
Oh, okay.
But the reason this one is interesting is because they have talked about and said that in general, you are not going to be doing get rich quick.
Yeah.
The income, the ability to earn an income in the alpha as it is right now is not what it will be in the future. Everybody's always talking about how it only took them a couple weeks or whatever to grind to get an 890 jump or something, or they're able to fully kit out, their hammerhead in a matter of days and such, grinding hundreds of thousands of UEC a day easily, if not more. That is not going to be a thing, people. It is not the way the game is going to work. You're not going to be able to get rich quick and just make obscene amounts of money so that way you don't know what to do with it because you buy everything so soon. That's what this question is hinting at, trying to he was trying to get them to answer a question that they don't have the answer to. What is earning going to be like and how is quantum play into that? Quantum is going to eventually play into it, and it's going to require balancing and such. But your earning potential in a given play session is not, in the future, is not going to be what it is right now. Partly because of the quantum simulation, but also due to the difficulty of things going up.
And the design of the entire game.
Yeah, if you're grinding bounties, you're not going to be able to do a whole bunch of high risk bounties in such a short period of time because you're not going to get paid a big old bounty for just destroying the ship. You have to disable a ship.
Them.
And you have to track them.
Tracking them will be a thing. Shipping them back will be a thing. That's
the best example of what your earning potential is now is not what it's going to be in the future. So get your heads wrapped around that going forward.
So Star Citizen is not Eve. As much as people would like to say, oh, it's Eve, but with 3D environments. No, it's not Eve. It is at its core a RPG. And so they're trying to build a universe that dynamically gives you the RPG structure for you. So you can live out your RPG in the universe that is dynamically changing in front of you. So instead of going into The Witcher and you're put into this role, you are playing the UEE citizen, or civilian, depending on how you play. And that is your RPG. A dynamic RPG is what... So it's not about speed running to the best weapons. I know a lot of people do that in Skyrim. It's about the story that's there. It's about the characters, the NPCs. not about the grind, not about how much money can you make per hour.
Yep.
Those will be calculations that players make. They, I forget who said it, but players will optimize the fun out of anything. Forget who said that. It was definitely a game designer. And so that will happen. Some people will do that. But the bulk of the player base and how they're designing it is so the bulk of the player base can actually just have fun playing a game, an RPG kind of game, instead of, oh, I gotta put in my 5 hours today to, make sure that the org wallet's paid. That's not the game they're making. So, that's what we got. Oh, and also, mining will be finite, so resources will be finite. It's not gonna be mining is forever. It's not. Eventually, Stanton will be so picked clean, it will only be starting players, Stanton, and orgs and multi-crew and seasoned miners will be elsewhere, where they have had myriads of players go before them, finding new jump points, finding new plants, finding new resource nodes, and all of these things, and the game grows. Like, all that we've talked about definitely applies to Stanton, but when you also think this kind of detail, exploration. We have a ship built to find jump point in the game right now. Not that I can do exploration, but it will be there. So the universe that we have on the entire star map will get bigger. There are more planets to be seen on that map, and more ways to get between them. Soon, TM friendos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is more. I don't remember where I grabbed this next question from. I'm trying to find it.
Interesting. You want me to go ahead anyway?
Yeah, go ahead and read it. I'm just trying to.
All right. Question: can you lay out your current thinking on this balancing and and where you see it going over the next 6 to 9 months as you measure LTP economy earning?
Long-term persistence.
Long-term persistence. Thank you. The value of UEC changes drastically. You already read that. How did you already read that?
Oh. Weird.
The game.
That's my bad.
I think you did.
Just go on to the next one. Yep.
All right. The next question. This has Tony Z and Chris Roberts in it. I'm happy. I'm sorry. I'm an old backer that still cares about these names. I know there's a lot of people who don't. I still like seeing Chris, Tony, and Sandy show up. Ben, I miss you. All right. How will the resources in asteroid field and planets be managed by Quantum? They'll deplete. All right. Both Chris Roberts and Tony Zervik want resources that will eventually deplete. I said so. Deplete from the universe, so the PU is always moving. Quantum will know where the resources are, track the concentration of these goods in the universe. There's another paragraph, but quick note, we do have a video to watch, a 9-minute video. A good, clean way to slice it, but we'll be watching a video. That's not the 9-minute one. A shorter than 9-minute video talking about and showing this in action. So, stay tuned for that. We have plans to be able to adjust the resources through quantum based on the activity of Star Citizen, but our ultimate plan is not to directly affect things in God mode like this. Quantum should be influencing the behaviors of quanta and economy activity, not spontaneously generating resources from the God seat. We're not at this point yet, but that's part of our ultimate goal. Amazing people. Yes. Love seeing them both. Let's see. Some people never have it, that's for sure. I could listen to Chris talk about his game. I want to be a game designer. So I could listen to designers talk just infinitum. Infinitum? There's a word for that. Anyway. I could just hear him just talk about the games, whether that be Will Wright or Chris Roberts, Tony Zervik. They're all designers, all game designers. I could listen to them talk about projects just forever. Older people from the company that I've seen, like Ben Lesnick or Sandy Gardner, like those are just that's nostalgia, and that's they were there when I started the project, and it's been 9 or so, well, no, it's been 9 or so years. It's been 8 years since I joined.
Let's keep going because we've got more of these questions to cover, and then we have your section from the second video.
Yeah, all right, all right, makes sense.
Will Quantum be able to see all meshed servers simultaneously? Backend services like the shopping service and the probability volume service already take into account activity across all servers. Quantum will interface with those services and the entirety of economic activity from players through analytic events. So that was the image that I showed you of the quantum simulation communicating with the services, those services communicating with the server, essentially with server meshing, in order to push that information out to the player, as well as allow the player to push information back. The structure is very much very similar to the way PES is structured with the entity graph and the replication layer. Next question.
Which one did we just do? Yep. We lost where we were. It jumped weird.
If I understand the system.
Yep. If I understand well, the system. If I understand well the system, that's not English. It always tries to balance the economy by making NPCs accepting the most rewarding jobs. So how do you take into account risk versus reward or mission length for NPCs? From Martin. Each quanta has a risk profile that is used to modulate the perceived value of any job. Mission length is also considered, through the value of the job is the amount per period of time, for example, UEC per hour. In layman's term, it's the opposite of what the person asking the question said. It's not the system has so many jobs and NPCs are filling it. It's the NPCs have X traits and they are filling the jobs that the system has. Whatever systems are left over is what it has for the players.
Well, and
there's also a time component.
Yeah. Because if there isn't NPCs that are interested in a given mission, then it isn't just where the players get what's left over, but it's the traits of the NPCs, of the AI, the quanta, are what tell them what kind of jobs that they would be interested in taking, and it's essentially a curve that says, okay, if what they're interested in isn't available, then it goes farther down the sort of decision making tree of like, okay, well, I have an affinity for this, but this isn't available. I'm risk averse, so I'm going to take a safe job, but I want a job that pays this much UEC per hour. They're trying to simulate a decision making process just like you would if you were trying to find a job.
Yep.
Yeah. Another UEC per hour question. Do you have an idea of the average UEC per hour you're aiming for? UEC, like any real world money, is an abstract unit representing labor. Humans invented money so we can trade fractions of effort back and forth with a common unified system. In Star Citizen, effort is still largely undefined, especially as additional gameplay systems continue to come online. Our end goal is to balance the amount of effort you put in for the results that you get out and make a balanced economy. This problem is incredibly complex, so complex that we made a simulation to help us identify what prices should be. Currently, it has like 1 million quanta running around trying to figure out wages. It's called Quantum. Yeah. So I love this one because it's kind of sarcastic and snarky.
Well, it's the third or fourth like UEC per hour question they got.
Yeah, and he's like, it isn't so simple as just a average UEC per hour. There is no average UEC per hour.
Yeah.
It's going to
I
be
like
very
the
dynamic
whole
and such.
philosophical, like, humans invented money so we can trade fractions of effort back and forth the common unified system. That is just a commentary on the human condition right there. Holy cow.
Yeah, they created a simulation in order to balance it all out. And so, it doesn't matter what the UEC per hour is because it'll balance it all. It'll balance itself out, and whatever that number is completely arbitrary right now, and has
say, like,
no bearing.
A gold mine.
All you need to know is that you're not going to be getting rich quick.
Yeah, if a gold like half of yellow was found out to be gold, you and all your friends and every player and all the quanta swarm in. Everything's gonna get a lot more expensive. It's called inflation. It's going to balance itself out because there's just so much money floating around. Everything's gonna get more expensive.
Yeah.
The dollar means less. The individual UEC means.
Next question, on to you.
All right. Will quanta include all star systems, economies, or just existing ones present in the persistent universe? Quantum will focus on whatever economies are impacting the player's experience and expand as the game expands. So the answer is only star systems that are in the persistent universe. If you can go to it, you can. It is simulated. So we're not simulating Earth. We're not simulating Terra. We're not simulating Odin as the Vanduul, and that's where Squadron 42 starts. Only Stanton for now, and by the end of next year, Stanton and Pyro. By the end of the year after that, probably Stanton, Pyro, Nyx. So on and so on.
And so on and so forth. Yep. Next question. Will there be other types of quantum then? Pirates, traders, security, and faith-based, such as NPC faith-based, data runners, medical ships, farmers, or other types that would affect the quantum structure. Our goal is not to dictate a role for quanta, but rather behavior patterns. If piracy isn't profitable, hail the omnicide. Then even the most amoral quanta, if piracy isn't profitable, then even the most amoral quanta might pick up a straight-laced manufacturing job. So if there are quanta that are very amoral and want to do bad things, but they are in Terra, and there's so much security there that piracy just isn't, the risk reward is just too damn high. It isn't profitable. Then that amoral NPC, just like humans, will engage in jobs, that are, lawful. That NPC might become more unhappy and look for a transport somewhere else. But in the meantime, eventually, for a while, they will be doing a normal job. This is that life cycle thing that they were talking about.
Does quanta consist of physicalized NPCs, or are they just simulated till a mission appears? That's right. Answer. Until they actually trigger the chance of interacting with a player, they are just virtual entities running similar logic decisions to a player. And we'll get more into that in my later bet.
Where did it go? Wait, which one?
Where item prices? Will item.
Okay. Will item prices be systemic? From Martin, definitely. The whole idea behind quantum is to simulate a full-scale economy to make it as credible and balanced as possible. When the quanta interacts with the various shops, factories, refineries, they systematically negotiate prices. We use price discovery algorithms, similar to the ones used for real-world economy, to help discover these prices. So yes, we definitely want to use the prices generated by quantum. Little tidbit, after Tony Z worked on a few games with Chris Roberts back in the 90s and early 2000s, he left gaming altogether and created economic software tools for investors in order to try and things that they could use to predict, use economic modeling for prediction purposes for investing in order to make money. So that's why this is so in-depth and so realistic, in that it's the people designing it are economists, and in economists working with network engineers.
Not only just tracking the economy, but also building the economy.
Yep.
Alrighty then. Do NPCs and economic nodes have different strategies and behaviors? Martin. Well, quanta have different profiles that determine or define their behaviors and opportunities. The economic nodes economic nodes strategies are directly influenced by the environment and the resources available. Answer Jake. To be clear though, NPCs that you see in the game are not governed by quantum. By the time an NPC is instantiated, its behaviors is governed by its local AI, or subsumption. So, two different, very poignant answers. I can speak English sometimes. Last one.
This last one is another one of those questions where they answered it partially, but we've received more information later on that feeds into this. So will quantum generate events like a famine on planet XYZ that in turn increases the prices for food, etc., and adds missions related to that event? And so the answer, quantum focuses on the chain reactions in the economy and making these logical scenarios manifest in the game. Star Citizen is too vast a game for developers to keep up with all the things that players will be doing, which is why we're building quantum to do it for us. Essentially, yes.
Yes.
These sorts of events can be either developer generated, turned on, but they can also be dynamic in that, if too many quanta are drawn to an area, if the population increases to a certain level, they could make it so that way population increases like that, increase the probability that you have a epidemic occur. They've talked about outbreaks of disease in the lore multiple times. So this sort of thing is going to happen. There will be likely dynamic and random events like natural disasters that aren't affected by quanta, but that's the dynamic event system that we've also learned about since these presentations occurred. Yeah, all of this is why getting the AI finish is so crazy important, and why having server meshing in so that way the player-facing AI, actually function appropriately. So yes, the quanta doesn't do all of the event system, but it takes into account the event system, and the NPCs' interactions with the events, in order, and that's how it generates missions and content. So yeah, that is all for the Q&A. And now Nazeris is going to talk to us about the most recent presentation that we got on the quantum simulation back in May of 2021. And we talked about this one a bit when we talked about Bounty Hunter V2 a few months ago. So some of this might be a little bit of reiteration, but we didn't go in the Bounty Hunter V2 video. We didn't go over some of the other aspects that Tony talked about that aren't related as much to the Bounty Hunter part of the game,
And something
of the
that we
simulation.
should have set up before. Can you add my second camera to the piece for it that we have
Yeah.
in the sources?
Give me 1 second.
Because I figured out how to save the images locally, but I can't get them to you, so it'd be just a right nightmare to get them all to you.
Let's see. Copy.
Man, my
link.
eyes just so watery right now, and it sucks. Oh boy, alright. What are we after here? Alright, so, couple of timeline things to get out of the way first. I wanted to do this to make sure I didn't put the Q&A in here, but I have the time difference between Tree's part and my part. So this video was posted on May 24th, 2021. That would have been 18 months, 1 year and 6 months after his video. The first video was 36 months or 3 years from now. So that's how long ago his video was. And this video was a year and 7 months, 18 months ago. So that is the difference between the two. What is small? My window is... Oh. Ha!
Is it because I'm running in a different resolution?
Nope. Well, Well, yes, but your screen, yeah, it's because of mine, and is there a way you can just make it bigger? Can you just rescale it in OBS? Is that possible?
1 second. I think so.
Okay. So yeah, his video was 3 years ago, and my video is. All right. So, quantum is the simulation of the game universe, as talked about. Is the purpose? Its purpose is to allow things, prices of goods in shops, the amount of piracy near landing zone, or what missions are being offered to evolve and change over time, logically and
Oh.
realistically.
Nope, that didn't
All right.
do it.
I did the wrong button. There we go. It does this by simulating hundreds of thousands of lightweight NPCs called quanta. So he goes back and references. He kind of gives us a breakdown, everything that is going to be talked about in this video. We have plenty of images and plenty of videos to go through, so I kind of want to go through the recap with all of you. Whose AI logic is focused on just the aspects needed to produce the information, or the required information. Based upon the small list of attributes, each quantum makes its own decisions using the same resources, shops, and jobs as the player does. The simulation will need to calculate many millions of decisions per minute, and thus the AI behavior of quanta is focused on the most economically impactful details, which lets quantum focus on all the processing power on those things that truly matter. So, they have the same information, and all the quanta run on the back end. We'll be talking about different things in a minute. Every quanta possesses its own unique set of attributes that influence how well it performs and perceives opportunities. The initial implementation of attributes will have two main categories: proficiencies and traits. Proficiencies act like a multiplier on how well a quanta can perform a given task. Different jobs will require different proficiencies. Higher proficiencies will equate to superior execution. So if your NPC has a proficiency in turret gunning, he will be better at turret gunning than your engineer. That's how that works. It's over there. Oh, fine. Let's see. Traits is the other one. Traits describe what kind of jobs a quanta prefers to do by modifying their perceived value of the job. Of each job will have specific alignment of the value of job. Oh, there's something missing in the sentence. Thanks, auto-generated stuff. I didn't have much time to actually get what's it called? I didn't really get a chance to proofread the stuff. All right. Okay, do we have, is up there? It is up. All right, so this is our first image. So this is a graph that shows just a kind of shoehorned in there quanta with the aggression on high and the morality on low. So he's probably a pirate. And whether aggression is low, morality high, it will rank somewhere on this this two-dimensional chart. And their perceived value, not actual pay, but perceived value of each job goes up or down. That's what we were just talking about. So if we were to say your aggression is very low, but your morality is high, you're probably going to be somewhere over here or even over here. What a low aggression, high morality job is, that is up to designers to map or plot. All right. So, we have currently, I believe we did touch on them, morality, aggression. I forgot the third one. There's at least a third one mentioned in the Q&A. But definitely more traits are planned. So it's not just going to be, are you aggressive or moral? That's not the only two questions.
Yeah, things like intelligence and happiness. Yeah, there's a lot of traits
So
that
if
factor into
let's say you're a factory worker and you have, like on graph back up, you're a factory worker, so you have middle morality but low aggression. Let's say you're there, but your happiness meter is going down as longer you're at that job. Okay, so the kind of more aggressive, like your field of value So that happiness will make you want to find something new to spark happiness more. So we don't know how they're going to map these traits specifically, but that's how they could theoretically work.
Yeah, and that's what impacts the affinity for a job and essentially the perceived pay.
Perceived pay, not actual pay. He makes that very clear in the video. The quantum simulation that ran at last CitizenCon, or Tree's video, was implemented in TypeScript, a relatively slow language that limits us to less than 10,000 quanta. All that logic has since been rewritten in C#, so over the course of 1 year and 6 months, they completely rewrote the system that Tree showed off. It is now written in C#, and a lot of time and effort was invested into optimizing the threading and resource locking, which wound up increasing performance by more than 2 orders of magnitude. That is equivalent to multiplying by 100. So if we take that 10,000, or less than 10,000, scale it up by times 100, we get 1 million. So we can now simulate 1 million quanta on a single server, basically, on a single
Shard.
what is it? Node? Not node. What is service? There's a word that I'm trying to think of, and it's not there. They've seen their graphs. It's not service. It's smaller than a service. I forget what it was. Anyway, on one thing, basically one client can simulate 1 million quanta. A real economy quantum produces a tremendous amount of data, and there are countless ways to adjust the simulation. Finding a combination that produces the desired result is difficult, and in order to resolve this problem, we've created Odin, a plugin for the Python-based Jupyter Lab environment. And Odin is a powerful web-based tool that allows them to see real-time data, interpretation of the game's dynamic and complex economy based on the actions both of players and of the quanta. So if we pull up this slide, I believe going to this one. There we go. This is Odin. So this is not something that players will have, but this is something that they have in the background to use to see the quantum simulation as it's going on, so that they can help iterate on the whole process. So they have this. They have a list view. So they can search specific resources and they can see it in a graphic form. It also has overlays for, I believe this one is piracy or danger. This is the danger overlay, so a heat map of danger, a heat map of mining and resources that mined. On the side, it also has felon location and how much felons are spending it. So lots of data can be seen through Odin. In addition to being able to see resources and where they're going and related, they also have mission data in Odin. So this is a plot of missions that are completed specifically by players, because these don't run missions yet. I forget which way is which way, but I believe it's x-axis is the difficulty in every mission, and the y-axis is how many times it's been played. That's the same image. All right. So
It's
if we take...
yeah, it's success and failure.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, left and right is
Or
success.
completion and then success and failure. Yeah.
Yes. So the entire left half of the map is when a failure, or when it's not completed. Oh, failure when completed. The right half is obviously completed and succeeded. The lower right of it would be high success rate but low completion. So their assumption in this quadrant would be that they are easy or too easy. They have a high complete rate and there's no difficulty there. So they said the sweet spot is where they want this middle high section. So a lot of completion, but also moderate success in the mission. So a mission that you could do this in right now is a bunker mission or an anti-jump mission where you can technically finish the mission, but you shot a friendly, so the mission fails. So that is one of the ways that you can get into that high completion, but moderate success. If you do a mission that is popular, but not everyone succeeds in. All right. Boink. There we go. All right. So that is all the images we have for now. We then have 2 videos that we'll pull up in a minute. The refining gameplay made use of a couple of new backend services. This is the refining gameplay that we have now in the game in the stations. Backend services, the job service is more general purpose and will also be a key component in the implementation of a number of other upcoming features, including everything from cargo loading and unloading to the repair, refuel, and restock service, which we now have. So, should give you a little hint on where exactly we are in the current stream of implementing Quantum. We are actually pretty dang close to it. Cargo loading and unloading we don't yet have, so those are still yet to be added, but we do have refuel, repair, and rearm service being used by Quantum. The refining service provides game servers with the ability to retrieve a refiner's available processing capacity and a price quote for a given quantity of material with specific speed and quantity or quality options. So if any of you have done any refining processes, as the refinery fills up on orders, it will get more and more expensive because they're losing capacity. So capacity will be at a premium. The quality options will also be get more diverse. So if you just want a quick job, that's what they want to be in there for those where they have less capacity. It'll still be more expensive, but it will be way more efficient as far as money to get a lower option when we're at capacity of a refinery, as well as slow one would be much more expensive, even though you get yield out of it. But again, capacity would be at premium. These new services exemplify the way the development nowadays often proceeds, which is to ensure that all of the linkage and to and from the data source properly abstracted from the start, such as once Quantum can provide necessary data, we can flip a switch to activate it. So everything since refineries, every gameplay activated or gameplay developed after refineries has had its linkages done up for Quantum. So any new gameplay that has been developed has had the groundwork laid. So when they want to, it's done. Quantum is in for that gameplay. I'd have to go back and look everything that came before it, but everything since it has been done. The resource service also that service that was completed last year, however, provides Quantum with an API that not only gives it access to information, but also enables those amounts to be modified so that players in Quantum can mine areas,
to demonstrate.
Quantum mine players in Quantum mine area. Anyways, again, bad English. Will gradually be depleted. So this gives them the ability to have finite resources. Again, they haven't turned this on. I doubt this will be turned on for a while, because again, we're only about to have our second system. When we can start getting 2 or 3 systems out a year, then maybe this makes sense because we'll keep having a new system. At least 2 a year, but that's pretty slow. All right, so we have a video clip to play. I didn't actually add where I'm supposed to stop it, so we'll just stop it after we get to wherever he's done talking about. Yes, this is the gold one. I don't have a way to give you audio. I didn't think of that.
Yeah. Which one is it? Is it the first clip?
Yes, it is. It is the one marked play. The first one marked play.
To demonstrate, I brought up a...
Ooh, why is that so loud?
I don't know. Nope, not that.
All right, I've got it.
Yeah.
And
where is
planet.
this one, right? Yeah.
Now, I'm going to highlight the location of all of the gold ore. Players in Quanta, of course, would not have this information, and to represent that fact, I'm going to place a shadow over everything. You can see a single quant exploration ship approaching the planet from the right. As it travels across the surface, it will unveil the quantity and location of that ore, visually represented by removing the shadow, and then broadcast that information to other quanta within its organization. It has discovered a huge vein of valuable ore, and quantum miners have now started arriving en masse to extract it. They're focusing predominantly on those areas where the concentration is known to be highest, although they'll also consider things like the amount of risk in a given area, perhaps caused by a player or NPC organization fighting to control that region. I'm running this at an accelerated rate, and you can see that the amount of ore at that first large site is declining rapidly. The explorer has now discovered a second field of gold ore near the equator, and because the original deposit has now been mined so extensively, what remains is more time-consuming and difficult to extract, and is thus relatively less attractive. The quanta have figured this out, and most of them have started to focus their attention on the newer site. Taken together, these new features allow Quantum to generate a lot more detailed information, which will in turn result in a better and more realistic gameplay experience. Quantum will know where exactly on the surface of a planet NPCs might be found and what they should be doing. It will understand the value of knowledge and factor its acquisition, sharing, and sale into its calculations, including what any information you eventually attempt to sell would be worth. Quantum has now been pretty thoroughly integrated into our backend architecture, and the service will be built and shipped with all future releases of the game, which took a
Did he say stop? Nazeris?
Yeah.
Did you say stop? Okay.
Yep. I was just gonna summarize what he said just then. I still have it muted. There we go. So as he said, Quantum has now been thoroughly integrated into the backend of their services. And it was about to say that it took a considerable amount of time and effort, given how some tools and technologies how some of the tools were built before they had properly had this. So there were ones that were set up and ones that weren't set up to use it. So they needed to take all the stuff that was previously built and to pull it forward to use Quantum. But they said they do have, it has been pretty thoroughly integrated into the backend as of this video, which again, just to make sure we have the timings right, this was 1 year and 7 months ago. All right. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do, he said, to do on the simulation side, but we are getting close to the point at which portions of the simulated data will be an improvement over algorithmic logic embedded into various services. So the algorithmic logic is the mission system and the economy that we have now. So he says soon, 1 year and 7 months ago, that all this data will be turned on. Since then, we've gotten repair arm prices, but this is going to come into effect, or not into effect, but this is going to come very relevant over the 3.18, 3.19, definitely 4.0, and I imagine a lot of quantum stuff will be talked about in these next patches. Now we have a second one. We only have 3 videos, so we have our second video.
Tools and technologies were versus what we had already set up and configured. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do on the simulation side, but we are getting close to the point at which portions of its simulated data will be an improvement over the algorithmic logic embedded into various services. We're going to do a bit more testing before we enable it to start injecting that data into the live game, though, and even then we're going to start very small and limit the focus to a few select areas so that we can work out any problems. The first couple of commodities for which Quantum will gain the ability to dictate the price will be fuel and repair materials. We're also going to allow it to control the amount of piracy and possibly transport freighters and security in a few test locations, but keep in mind that until more of the data behind the curtains is exposed, the modulation may at times seem a bit arbitrary. We're going to be more aggressive with service beacons, and will soon move most of that responsibility, the type of beacon being offered, the location, the reward, and the difficulty, to Quantum. Our primary focus right now is less on getting a lot of data moving back and forth, and more on getting all of the technological plumbing working properly. In order to properly calculate fuel prices, for example, Quantum needs to have a concept of fuel, what type of ships Quanta are using, and fuel efficiency, none of which it previously had. In order to gauge the demand for repair services, ships in the simulation need a concept of damage, which didn't previously exist. There's often a lot of service work involved in allowing new types of data to flow between Quantum and the game. With iCache now largely complete, we've been able to shift some resources around, and within the last month have now doubled the number of engineers working on the systemic functionality. As a result, we're now in the early stages of a number of critical new services, including everything from the
Oof.
You can cut it off now. Yeah. Okay. I think I actually put that in the wrong spot somehow.
No, well, no.
Yes, but
yeah,
basically that was
the next
very
couple.
much being done, and they were
bullets.
talking about the what?
Yeah, you just went over your next couple bullet points you had.
Yes. They were talking about how they need to add in some data points that previously exist. And the reason I put that in there was to do with the rearm, repair, refuel. They have, like he said, laying the groundwork of the plumbing so that Quanta knows what a ship is, what damage is, what fuel is, and all these resources. So they had to do that plumbing to get in what we already have in game now. So that is work that they didn't have to do for further involving the system. And like you said, and I want to re-emphasize this, within the last month previous to this video, or previous to recording this video, they doubled the amount of engineers working on the systemic functionality. As a result... Except? I don't have an except.
No, with iCache largely being done,
oh yeah,
they've doubled the amount of engineers. Well, what happened with iCache?
They need to go back and re-up, make a new path on the system. So
that's why, when everybody wonders why where is Quantum? Why is it taking so long? Well, the development of Quantum has to share resources. Yeah, it has to share resources with the development of PES and server meshing, because iCache did not work out. And so once I got iCache out and it didn't work out, then the people who got moved on to Quantum were like, hey, we need you back, because we need to turn this into something that bigger and better, which is PES. Yep. And so poor Tony Z is in a tug of war with the network teams.
Other half the game.
Yeah.
Like he's
in order to get his
back
stuff
end,
done.
server meshing's the front end, like actual player connection. So it's difficult to be a designer.
Yep. But they didn't just stop working on it, because they have gotten some of these things into the game in the last year that he talked about. It just took longer than what he was intending, because the scarcity of resources, and that resource being the right people to do the job.
Yep. And he goes on to say, as a result of those doubling of engineers over those few months, early stages of the number of critical new services, including everything from air traffic controller, which is now part of Quantum, we have in game now. The air traffic controller service that is required for server meshing to the NPC scheduler, or required for server meshing to the NPC scheduler that will enable dynamic populations to virtual AI, which we'll talk about in a minute. Service that is necessary for the next major feature that we are going to discuss. All right. So we've talked about Quanta for a good long while. Now we're going to talk about virtual AI. So this is a completely new thing to our discussion here. Virtual AI. So Star Citizen's AI architecture is broken up into three distinct levels of fidelity. High fidelity characters that you see in game is what we see in game now. Subsumption logic is what it will be on. Currently, it's just on basic AI. It will be all moved over to these subsumption graphs. Subsumption logic on a server, and is far and away the most computationally expensive of the three types of AI, and it's got similar senses, think, act as other AI, but because you can see them, I'm trying to read here and not just summarize because I'm bad at summarizing. Basically, the subsumption AI is what you see. They can interact with stuff in the environment. They have the most computational expensive because they have to be seen. So they graphics, they have to execute animations, and they have to be run on the DGS itself because they are physical things in the universe. So also collision and things, and they run everything locally. But this is a problem because Star Citizen, we're trying to simulate the entire solar system that can be subbed out for entire universe, as we mentioned in the Q&A, and we can't afford to execute this kind of expensive logic for tens of thousands, if not millions, of characters that players can't see. So the quantum simulation comes in there. If you're not at ArcCorp, you don't need to see it. If no one's at ArcCorp, no one needs to be streamed in at ArcCorp, and we have that now. But the wheels still need to turn, so let's see how they fixed it. This creates another roadblock, though, because you can't effectively simulate an economy when portions of the area are being constantly shut down and restarted, and it's a fundamental reason why quantum exists. Merging these two extreme subsumption and quantum, solves our basic problem. There is one major flaw, however. With this solution, the heavyweight subsumption NPCs that you can see and interact with don't execute any AI logic when they're not around, thus severely limiting what we can do when and what they can do and when they can do it. What they can do and when they can do it. There, and I can English. So when a subsumption NPC is streamed out, its location is saved. So let's say you spawn at ArcCorp, you pass by a couple NPCs on your way out, and one of them looks a bit odd. So he sticks in your brain a bit. You go and spend 3 months in a Carrack exploring a quadrant of space. You come back, and the exact same AI is standing in the exact space you left him. That's the problem. Subsumption AI don't at all simulate when they're streamed out. This issue is the responsibility of a middle tier of systemic logic that he calls virtual AI, or VMPCs, to simulate transitions back and forth between the fully realized physical world of subsumption and the far more efficient intangible backend, either where they retain the ability to interface with elements of the systemic architecture. Just like a player, this technology is going to unleash a lot of new, exciting gameplay, but it's going to take more than a few sentences to probably explain what he's talking about, and that I have played this example until 25. So this is the 9-minute long thing where he's going to explain an entire scenario and how each step will work with virtual NPCs. And I picked it out, and I did want to actually show you the entire 9 minutes because it is the most capsulized part of virtual NPCs. So everything that has been talked about for virtual NPCs ever since this video has been in this 9 minutes. So if you would please play the 9 minutes of virtual NPCing.
This is the Stanton solar system. You can see the 4 planets: ArcCorp, Hurston, Microtech, and Crusader. I'm going to zoom into the Crusader planetary area, and you can see its 3 moons, Yela, Daymar, and Selen, and the space station Port Olisar. You can imagine looking at that station, hundreds of NPCs going about their lives. This is how you think of the universe, always in motion, always changing, always real, regardless of whether you're actually looking at it or not. As I mentioned, though, that's an illusion. We can't afford it. When you're not looking, the server deactivates and unloads a lot of unnecessary baggage, but a wide assortment of backend services retain knowledge of everything that really matters and provide an active interface to those systems. NPCs outside of landing zones are treated differently. Quantum accumulates statistical information for where NPCs should reside and what they should be doing from its quanta, which allows us to determine how often you should see a pirate or what a freighter you run into should have in its cargo hold. These areas are called probability volumes, and the important thing to note is that the NPCs they create are ephemeral. They pop into existence for a brief moment so that the area you're viewing looks like what Quantum says it should, and once they're sufficiently far from any players, are completely and forever destroyed. I'm going to add a player here, which you can see off to the left. As they pass by Daymar, they're in range of a probability volume that eventually decides they should encounter a pirate. So a pirate is created and engages the player, and after a bit the player decides that they're outmatched and decides to run. Once they're sufficiently far from that NPC, it's destroyed. It doesn't persist in any fashion, and you'll never see them again. The player continues traveling to Port Olisar, and the translucent green wireframe indicates that the area isn't loaded on the server, and thus the subsumption AI isn't active. I'm going to add a VMPC in a moment, but first let's quickly recap what makes them so different. VMPCs always execute some form of AI logic, regardless of whether or not they are in proximity to a player. Virtual AI is extremely lightweight and computationally efficient, stripping out all of the expense related to visuals and unnecessary details, yet retains the full ability to interact with the game in the ways that truly matter. Virtual AI executes within a backend service and can thus easily be scaled and doesn't put any load on the servers. vNPCs can seamlessly transition back and forth from lightweight, back-end-driven AI entities to full-blown, subsumption-driven NPCs, and are thus indistinguishable from an NPC that really did execute expensive subsumption logic all the time. Lastly, vNPCs gradually build up their own unique histories as they live out their lives. They evolve. Okay, so back to the example. Once the player gets close enough to Port Olisar, that area is streamed into existence, loaded onto a server, and the NPCs initialized to resume whatever they should be doing at that time of day. Now I'm going to introduce a VNPC pirate near the player, and they're going to immediately attack. After a few moments, the VNPC comes out ahead in this battle, and the player is killed. Because their crime was committed in range of an active comm, it's recorded in their character history, along with the time and location of the felony. An upcoming tracking app will allow you to access information like this if you've registered with the local authorities, so that the digital footprints players and VNPCs leave behind can be tracked. This VNPC's name is Dragon, and since they're now wanted in this jurisdiction, the comm has affixed a real-time marker to his position. With the only player in this area dead, the server now streams Port Olisar and the comm out, but as I previously noted, VNPCs aren't destroyed like a regular NPC created from a probability volume, and their logic isn't suspended like an NPC at a landing zone. Instead, VNPCs simply transition from their physicalized state, where authority over their actions is controlled by subsumption logic executing on a server, to their native ethereal state, where their virtual AI executes on the back end. Dragon now begins to exit the area, and the comm continues to track his position until he passes out of range, at which point the real-time information converts to a last known position report. He's decided that he needs money and he's a bit risk-averse, so he elects to head all the way out to Yella, where there are quite a few transport freighters carrying valuable ore and little in the way of security. Okay, Dragon has arrived at Yella's asteroid field and has now crossed back into range of another active comm, so his real-time position is now once again being reported as indicated by both the character history and the tracking marker. There aren't any players in this area, and thus none of this is streamed onto a server. Everything you're seeing is a result of a variety of different services communicating with one another. vNPCs trigger probability volumes just like players, and Yella's shows that there's quite a bit of freighter traffic in this area. So, Dragon won't have to wait very long before he generates an encounter. There's one. Dragon just caused the creation of a freighter, which itself becomes a vNPC so that it can react to what's happening via its own virtual AI. Dragon now engages the freighter. He starts firing on it. He's still within range of an active comm, and thus this latest crime is added to his character history. He's now wanted for both murder and piracy, and the bounty on him just jumped from 6 to 10,000 UEC. Increasing the size of their rap sheet and the price on their head is one of the simplest forms of vNPC evolution, and over time we'll look to add additional ways for vNPCs to grow and increase their influence, from recruiting followers in an attempt to become a shipping magnate or a crime boss to offering their own missions. The captain of that freighter isn't going to surrender so easily. He's broadcast a combat assist service beacon that players can choose to accept, and he's offered a 3,000 UEC reward for his protection. Unfortunately for him, he's pretty heavily outmatched, and he's quickly destroyed, causing the service beacon to expire before anyone can come to his aid. Bits of information like this are fed back to Quantum, and in sufficient quantity will cause all sorts of things to change. How much security patrol missions in that area pay, what transports that have to travel through that area will demand as a risk premium, and how much a ship in distress will offer for someone to come to their aid. The freighter's destruction has left some debris and possibly a few items of value, so if a player had already been en route, they might arrive to find the aftermath. Another murder has now been attributed to Dragon, and the bounty on him just once again jumped, this time from 10 to 14,000 UEC. He took a bit of damage from that encounter and is eventually going to need some repairs. A harder working pirate might look to plunder a few more freighters before heading back, but Dragon's personality attributes indicate that once he's got enough cash to cover the basics, he's more interested in drinking and gambling than piracy. So, he leaves the area, and once again the real-time location tracking ceases once he's out of range of the comm. He's heading back to Port Olisar, which is the closest location that has everything he wants. A fence to sell his stolen goods, shops to repair and restock his ship, and a bar where he can spend the remainder of his cash. The comm near Port Olisar has been disabled, which means that Dragon's position isn't updated upon approach. The area remains devoid of any players, and thus it's still not streamed into memory. Dragon can therefore remain in his ethereal state and avoid a lot of computational expense related to maneuvering his ship, but he still needs to interface with the air traffic control service to request a landing pad and transition from his ship to the station. Services like this are always fully operational and accessible to VNPCs. That landing request is logged to his history, though, so while the disabled comma ray would make it a bit harder for a bounty hunter to track him, there are lots of other ways by which locational information on a character can be obtained. Dragon needed to refuel and repair his ship, and you can see those actions reflected in his history as he interfaces with the shop service that controls those operations. When a VNPC transitions to a landing zone that's streamed in, the virtual AI service that drives their logic temporarily cedes control of the character to the NPC scheduler that specifies who resides at what location. This is the same foundation upon which the dynamic populations feature will be built, except that it will be quantum instead of the virtual AI service dictating the changes in the population. The end result is that if a VNPC is assigned to a landing zone and you're at that location, you can run into them like any other NPC. Dragon is now hanging out in the local bar, which was added to Port Olisar for the purposes of this demo. If you were to walk into the bar at this moment, he'd be physicalized with the rest of the environment and you'd actually see him there. Dragon eventually gets his fill of entertainment, or maybe he just runs out of money. Either way, it's back to work, and he'll be jetting back to Yellow to try and prey on more unprotected cargo ships. So he contacts air traffic control to get clearance to leave the area and departs. The same player that Dragon first encountered and killed is looking to exact some revenge, though, and claim the big bounty on Dragon's head. They've surmised that there might be a pattern to Dragon's movement and think that he might head back out to Yella. So they position themselves between Port Olisar, where they know that Dragon just left, and Yella and activate a quantum interdiction field. Dragon, still in his lightweight ethereal form, initiates a quantum jump from Port Olisar to Yella and, just like a player, routes that movement through the probability volume service that is responsible for interdictions. Once he gets within range of the player's interdiction bubble, his jump is interrupted, and he transitions from executing virtual AI on the back end to a full-blown subsumption-driven AI executing logic on a server, so that the two of them can battle it out. If the player once again gets the worst of it, they might decide to change up their tactics a bit and wait to see if Dragon soon returns to Port Olisar, where they could try to sneak up on him on foot.
There. Alrighty. Okay. So everything that we know about virtual NPCs comes from that video. I don't think they've said much, if anything, past that one. So, it is a slight tweak on what we heard in the Q&A, where every NPC could have its own story. Virtual NPCs are what will actually evolve and have their own stories, and like he said, eventually be able to become mission givers themselves, not every mission giver being set specifically. A little addition to what he said, because most of the demo was done for piracy, this could also include farmers and miners, virtual NPCs of these type, civilians and people who run shops, landing zones, could all end up being virtual AI. The only way to distinguish a virtual NPC from a quantum spawned subsumption NPC is a virtual NPC or virtual AI will have a history to it. They'll have a little more to say. And assuming that these don't die without being killed, more and more of the universe will have these dynamic hero characters around. So this was one in Crusader area. As the game lives, these will get more and more popular too. These will be the people in the world that give a higher sense of flavor than just the background population that we spawned in with the dynamic population service.
Less generic. Less generic. Yeah.
As the title card we saw showed, the next topic is dynamic events. This has a lot to do with the quantum system because it's built for the quantum system. It's built to take everything that happens in the quantum system and to make it explode, basically. So the ultimate objective for Star Citizen, this is exactly what it said, the ultimate objective for Star Citizen has always been a dynamic and evolving universe. He said, historically, however, our mission content has always been static. We've had no ability to modify it after we've pushed an update out the door. Missions have always been confined to a single server, each which was thus its own little island cut off, oblivious to whatever happens elsewhere. Environmental data that applies to all the services. Blah, 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 blah. I lost what that said. Uh, environmental data that applies to all other servers. What items the shop offers and sells for how many and sells. Comma, I can speak. I swear I can. The problem is I didn't put any information in these paragraphs. It phrases pirates are in a given region of space, or what missions are available to landing zones couldn't be altered by the instant mission logic that executes on an individual server since we didn't yet have means of coordinating those efforts. The end result has been a universe that feels static and fails to offer sufficient variety. So that's where they were before subsumption and not subsumption, but Quanta, subsumption, virtual NPCs, dynamics, and this is all the problem they're trying to fix. Is basically when they have an update, they push the update, it has all the missions that's going to be played in it, done, dusted, they can't change them. Dynamic events was the first time they were able to have a update go out and then activate something. So, dynamic events are a special type of mission intended to help remedy this problem. They are modular chunks of configurable content that might involve anything from throwing a simple wrench into the wheels of the systemic economy to a prison break that stresses the law system to a full-blown invasion of a solar system. Had small ones with Xenothreat, a small invasion just in one planet area. So conceptually, servers. So this is how he explained how the different services use quantum. Conceptually, the servers control the battle, so what you see second to second, and the backend manages the war. So that's a good way to conceptualize how and what each server. The Xenothreat mission that we released for the quarter was a dynamic event. It was triggered manually, although Quantum will eventually gain the ability to automatically activate these scenarios when conditions warrant it. My voice has gone dead. Great. For example, the amount of piracy in an area, when the amount of piracy gets out in an area gets out of control, Quantum might search through the mission library to find a dynamic event compatible with an evaluated amount of piracy and customize it and instantiate it that scenario. Instantiate that scenario. There we go. So that a lot of handcrafted content, unique characters, dialogue, challenges, rewards can be blended into the universe simulation. So what it will do. Currently, we've had a lot of chunks of data, chunks of missions that they've just put together and released as events. Those are being built modularly and with parts that can be changed. So let's say the Xenothreat is actually a really good example. Currently, we have Xenothreat attack. Eventually, we may have Vandal attack or Ninetail invasions. Who knows what it will? But it will say somebody's invading this system. What is Quanta? Who's invading this? Okay, sub their ships in instead of Xenothreat. Do you have any lines for this invasion? Yes, we have this line. Okay, we're gonna have those lines coming from a Ninetails instead of a Xenothreat. So it's able to take all these different data points and mush them together to make these different things happen with the stuff that they put out. And all dynamic events have been built within the system. So eventually, and this is not too far off, eventually the system itself, the quantum simulation, will be able to turn off and on these events and to make its own events within the same structure that we've been talking about, the entire economy, virtual NPCs, subsumption, and all the simulation of currently Stanton, soon Pyro, and soon the next system after that. I would not be shocked if we get, I wouldn't be shocked. We're getting the next system really soon, and I won't be shocked, however. And that is what we got. They did mention Quasar, which is the system they use for dynamic events. And they ran through that, but that is very much a back-end system on how to build it. That didn't really have any relevance to.
It's a dev-facing system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It basically Quasar looks at the quantum simulation and it is the library basically of these dynamic events. It looks at the data that's been given from quantum and says that one play, and they have ability to, like I said, spawn them manually or let the quantum simulation do its thing. So that's why it was not included, but that is at the end of the video that we've been referencing, and I will be with the show notes wherever the show notes can be sold.
The big thing
All right.
is all the things that you just talked about that Tony Z mentioned and discussed in this, pretty, super thorough video have all been on the progress tracker, have all been worked on. So we know that these things are occurring and that they are being worked on because these are the things that, if he was mentioning it in 2021 in May and the progress tracker started in January of 2021, and we have seen them on the progress tracker since then, it means that they have been worked on. We don't know exactly to what extent. We can make some educated guesses based off of what we have seen from the quantum simulation in game since this presentation that he talked about. So these are the things that are on their way. They are being worked on now, and now that, iCache is actually, or not iCache, sorry, PES is actually essentially done. That
iCache v3.
That the this work can continue. The last bit that we're going to do for this really long presentation on a super in-depth topic.
Bigger and bigger episodes. We're turning into the UK office. We need help.
But we're going to take a quick look at the quantum simulation, just the quantum simulation deliverable on the progress tracker, and we're also going to look at the recent mentions on the Shiny Tracker, one of the Shiny Tracker.app reports, because it's relevant to what was said at CitizenCon at the very end, in that they said that Tony Z is working on something and trying to get it out for 3.18. So,
and they didn't say that in any uncertain terms. They said he is trying really hard to squish in as much as possible. That's not an exact quote, but the word they used, he was not like, oh, I hope this comes in.
And at that point, that's when they were when they were still trying to get 3.18 in for IAE. So they had more time. So you can see,
he did not sit on his hands while it's been delayed.
The quantum simulation being worked on by the Systemic Services and Tools team. This is just one of the sprints. They have separate sprints for all the services that they've been building. And if you want to look at all those sprints, you can see them under the SST and I think it's the network team. But you can go look for them. The virtual AI, virtual NPCs, Quasar's on there, Odin is on there, Hex is on there. Everything that we've discussed is on the progress tracker. But you can see that they were working on quantum since before the advent of the progress tracker, like we talked about. But it's been getting worked on part-time because they're having to share resources with the other the other mandates that they've got going on for PES, for server meshing. So you can see all these different services that are getting worked on by systemic services and tools. Here's the quantum simulation. You can see that they had designers working on it, basically from before here, back in Q4, in 2020 is when they had designers working on it. And then engineers have been working on it part-time ever since. Well, let's look and see what part-time actually means. So, unfortunately for the Shiny Tracker, for the scheduled deliverables report, they only go back so far. And so it really only shows, Shiny Tracker doesn't keep a full long catalog of all the reports going back into perpetuity. But I pulled up all the reports from for the scheduled deliverables report because that tells us how many devs are working on how many tasks over a given period. So for the August 17th scheduled deliverables report, there wasn't any mention of the quantum simulation. But for the September 14th, only less than a month before CitizenCon, here we are. Quantum simulation. Systemic Services and Tools team, 5 engineering devs working on 15 tasks, 31% load through December 15th, 2022. So when they say 31% load, if it's under a certain, I forget what percentage it is, but it's like 75 or 80% load, it's considered part-time, because that means that they have other tasks that they are working on for other things. So as these engineers, as you go through the scheduled deliverables report, you'll see how this progresses, how they're working on the quantum simulation, and how as these devs get freed up from doing other things that they're working on, you can see for the November or September 28th scheduled deliverables report. Now it's 19 tasks, 31% or 39% load. It went from 15 tasks and 31% to 19 tasks and 39%. Now we go on to October 26th, like a whole month later, and now it's 23 tasks and 48% load. And so this is telling us that these engineering devs are wrapping up work that they're getting done on other tasks, and they're picking up new tasks for the quantum simulation in order to get through this sprint. 2 weeks later, on the 9th of November, same 5 devs, more tasks, 27%, 56% load through December 15th. And then the last one, the last update to the progress tracker we had, these 5 devs are working on 31 tasks, 64% load through December 15th. Well, December 15th is in 2 days. So we will hopefully next week, maybe get one last update to the progress tracker to see if there's been any change on what work they got done. It is my sincere hope, I'm going to do a line of hopium right after we get done here in a minute, that what these people are working on is whatever Tony Z was trying to get in for 318, and that it's something that is unannounced and that we haven't heard about. So
Or
we
it's a
shall see.
Big update to the quantum simulation as far as its representation.
Yeah. But this is kind of what Nazeris and I have been trying to tell people, is that, these bars don't necessarily mean that they've been working on something full time for 130 weeks. You can see that in this most recent sprint from September through December, that they are only working on it, part time, a certain percentage, and there's only, but it's those same 5 engineers essentially have come back to work on the quantum simulation for that period of time after having worked on something else. So we don't know where they were. We can't track where those 5 engineers were. They were working on something else. But now they're coming back to the quantum simulation. But it's really interesting to track all this stuff, because you can see virtual AI service, quantum simulation, probability volume density, NPC tracker service, NPC scheduler service, NPC character creation service, all of these things, dynamic population, dynamic events, the ATC system and the rewrite, AI info, and there's a whole lot more. All of this stuff is stuff that we were just talking about that was mentioned in both of those videos, as well as the Q&A. And it's getting worked on, and it's had a lot of work done. So we are definitely getting there. And I think that is about it. And that is everything that we have for this Spectrum Pulse on the quantum simulation. If you've been with us the entire time, just want to say thank you. There's still a few of you guys hanging out in chat, listening and hanging out with us. I know this is a lot of information. I hope you found it informative. I hope it motivates you to go back and watch some of these videos yourself, and look at this information critically. But I think that there's a lot to be excited about when it comes to the quantum simulation. That third major pillar, next to the third leg of the tripod, with server meshing and persistent entity streaming. We are very close to all 3 legs being integrated and having a dramatically different universe than what we have had in previous years. And I think it's going to happen this year. you know.
And from now on, we can just do sit reps instead of a deep dive on the entire quantum simulation.
Yep.
Now
yeah,
we can just reference this if you guys.
the Pathfinders podcast is going to get a lot shorter in the next year. But yeah,
Think that. Just wait till the next thing that comes.
Who knows? But yeah, that's all we've got. I need to hit the hay. Thank you for hanging out with us. And Nazeris has to hit the hay as well because he probably has to work tomorrow, right?
Nope, I don't work the rest of the week, but I got plenty of stuff
nice.
to do.
All right, on. Well, again, thank you for joining us. If you're watching this on YouTube, please consider giving a like and a subscribe. Share if you think the information is good. Leave us a comment in the comments or join my Discord or Nazeris' Discord and hit us up if you want more information or if you want to talk about this sort of stuff. We really appreciate it. We enjoy the interaction.
We can start doing that at the end of every segment.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. Constructive criticism, feedback. Yay. If you have feedback, we really appreciate it. We're always trying to make this better. If you go back to our first episode and then watch this one, you'll see that we've been iterating on this process, and we have gotten better, I think, but there's always more room to grow. So, Nazeris, if you want to take us away with your traditional sign-off.
Yep, it is my thing. I do it on all of my content. As Tree said, thank you everyone for showing up, for talking with us, and everyone who watches this later on. Your input is valued, even if it's not always positive. There's a lot of people that think negative information is bad information. Not. But thank you for it either way. And that is all we got. So, again, thank you for showing up. And as always, that's not the right outro. But anyway, be kind. Bye, everyone.